Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Let me see. Okay. Oh, my video is weird. It's the other way around. Let me do this. That's better. Okay. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Nope, don't hear you. Hello? 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 Okay, that's working. Okay, that's working. I think it's on your side. I don't hear you. I hope you hear me. Can you hear me? No. I heard something there. You want me to restart the computer?
I figured that's what happened this time. Now, Robert, you hear me now?
Yes.
But we can't hear you now.
Oh,
have you paired your microphone properly?
Let's see. I just tested it. Oh, I see. Okay, here. How about now? Can you hear me?
No, Robert, I'm sorry. Not any of your wise words are coming out through the speaker here. We'll try to see what it is. And
that's sounds.
What can
Hello,
it be?
hello, hello. It's showing that it's hearing me. I'm testing the system.
Yes, we hear you, Robert. Now let's crank up the volume so everyone hears Robert.
Okay.
Lovely. We found the missing link here. So, Robert, okay. You're live with us here also from Amsterdam. And those who don't know Robert, which I think is a minority on planet Earth, he is one of the foremost protagonists for the ESG investment system, and he knows everyone in this sector. But let's start with you, Aurora. Did you think I made an accurate presentation of you? Would you like to add something?
No, that's fine. I'm basically the George Carlin of the impact investing
investor, which isn't true. But I'm a very enthusiastic ESG investor, partly driven by opportunity and partly driven by anxiety. And obviously, the pavilion, if you're proud about the pavilion, I played a very minute little part, but I'm also, again, very proud to be here and see all the work, all the partners and the students. Business and academia getting into what we genuine co-creation, building this forest.
Exactly, and co-creation is all about not just building this forest, but building the next gen food system that we so desperately need. And we do that in Sweden, but we don't do it just in Sweden. We only can do that by bringing in our friends from around the world. And Robert is one of those great friends. Robert, I don't know if you thought I made yourself justice when I introduced you, but please do say a couple of words about you and TBLI.
Our work is mainly to change the financial system so it works for multiple stakeholders, and trying to be authentic and eccentric. And, you can imagine the financial sector doesn't like to hear from us that when we tell them that their children are ugly and what they're doing is fake. But it's important that we fundamentally change the financial system. We are getting nowhere with the present model of ESG and impact investing.
But can you tell me a bit about how do you see the current ESG investment, so to say, infrastructure?
It's a total failure.
That's what I hear about every day.
It's the biggest fraud in the history of mankind, because $40 trillion is supposedly going into ESG, as the community says, as Larry Fink keeps talking about it. If that was true, $40 trillion, we would not have the level of challenges in climate, carbon, food, water, pollution, health security, poverty. We wouldn't have that because that money's not going in. It's just ticking a box. It's basically all of these investors are saying, I'm a member of the fitness club, but I just never go to exercise. So as with the present definition and the present commitment, all of them are just unicorn hunters. They are not fixing anything in society or the environment. So we need a fundamental change in the way things are measured and a fundamental change in the way things are invested. And I'm not impressed when all impact investors saying we're doing this and doing that, because when you look under the kimono, because it's about actual money flows, if you look at the list of all of the unicorns created in the last 50 years, hardly any of them have done anything to improve society or the environment, but they claim they have.
Yeah, it's a good point, Robert, and we definitely need to become better at what we're claiming to do. But Aurora, do you think this is also bleak?
I think Robert is absolutely right. I think it's important to use our Danish author with Emperor with no clothes. The challenge here is that we're talking about it in terms of traditional investments, and we're also talking about the green transition as if it were a business opportunity. And there are business opportunities within the green transition, but that is secondary to the transition that we need to do. And it's this reordering of priorities that becomes so important. And when you use the language that Robert just did, or you talk about the risks, the death, and I was about to say worst case scenario, but it's not even a worst case scenario, it's the scenario that's coming. Then you are deemed fear-mongering, and therefore you're shut down. And then you're called anti-business, and you're shut down. Because the framework is return on investment. But this needs to be seen through a different lens, different glasses, and understood in a different way. And once we've done that, I usually call myself, or people call me a tech optimist. And for me, it's an important disclaimer. I'm not a tech optimist, because we need to do all the work that Robert just talked about. We need to understand why we're doing it. We need to understand the risks. And then potentially we'll be able to find opportunities within that. And tech could then be a powerful tool. But it's all secondary to some really hard work and some really hard thinking and taking responsibility for how did we get into this mess? Why are we sitting here? What were the priorities and choices we as humanity took to get here? And I think there's a key there once we take responsibility.
Okay, but isn't this aching to saying, well, there is a crisis and somebody needs to do something? What should we do about this? That's what I'm interested in more actually than that there is a big fiasco currently when it comes to ESG investments. I'll start with you, Aurora.
Well, obviously there's a lot to do, and luckily we're not starting anew and afresh. We've been calculating and understanding these for the last 40 years. So there's an array of both and steps that we need to take. And I think one of the useful frameworks is, and I exaggerate a little, but sometimes it sounds like it's quite binary. We're here in a disaster and then we transition, like it's some sort of two states, and no one thinks that, but you kind of simplify it in your mind. But it is a transition, and therefore it has a process, and there will be different steps that we need to take. And we were talking off stage about technology and investments, etc. And I think one thing to understand is, because we're in such a rush, it will be messier and more expensive than if we had started 40 years ago. And with that comes an understanding of the importance of time, but also I think we need to add a level of maybe humility and kindness, which means states, nations, corporations, humans will need to move in the right direction, knowing that we're not taking the exact right step because we don't have time to think it through, but we need to move anyway. And that's quite difficult because then journalists come with a microphone. Johan, why are you doing that? That's
Exactly.
wrong. Why did you think of
Why
that?
do you do that?
And it demands a real type of a visionary, stable, calm leadership that goes, this is an iterative process, which is a very annoying buzzword, I take that back. This is a learning process where we slowly move to where we need to go.
No,
and
no,
we don't get everything right.
No. What you're saying, Aurora, is basically that we need a new set of investors because the old guard, I fear, won't be able to execute on this one. What do you say, Robin?
I basically, if you really want to understand how screwed up the system is, try raising money for high impact projects and always go to the so-called impact investors, which I try to avoid, and bring them projects of regenerative agriculture or education or blue carbon or regenerative energy or as fuel for energy. Bring them those projects and you'll see how often you'll get no, because they'll come up, it's too big, it's too small, it's too this, it's too that. And you go to NGOs who are getting mountains of money to research solutions on climate, and then you see most of them that you bring to them are turned down. That is the reality. So I always go to irresponsible investors and criminals. I avoid the so-called impact investors because they talk a lot, but they do very, very little. It's about money flows. If you are not committing money to this and you have a big sign, we fund regenerative agriculture, and you bring them a project of scale in regenerative agriculture, what they want an app, they want a tech solution, when the two largest employers in the world have nothing to do with tech, zero, small scale agriculture and hospitality. Those two have 1.5 billion people. What is tech doing? Tech is just destroying jobs. It is not creating the jobs at the level that small scale agriculture and hospitality. So try raising money. Go to the people who claim we are big investors for impact and we want to restore the health of the planet. Try raising money for them. First, see if they'll give you a meeting. Go to Google, try to get a meeting with Google Ventures. Then see, do they actually invest? And ask them, okay, you don't invest in this. Where have you invested? It's quite shocking. It's quite shocking.
I'm sorry, I have to go here. So Robert, have you tried? Have you done that?
I've done it for 25 years. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. I've gone through thousands of potential investors raising money. And I've raised quite a bit of money, but I try to avoid the ones funded, like IDH or WWF or other organization or Tonic that talk about this. But when you go to them and you try to raise money for a project that is amazing and that is in profitability, they don't want to do it. That's why I just avoid those. They're a waste of time.
Yeah, something that I'm wondering here is that, and I totally agree with you. And to Roar's comments at the start, can we see this as a business opportunity? I do think we can see it as a business opportunity. Of
course it is.
Slightly creative here,
absolutely.
But it's not a normal business opportunity. Do we need an entirely new set of investors to fix this?
we also need to have a rethink about the timeline. And I know your guest, Marie Ekland, who's coming after us, 2050, has also broadened the time horizon. And I think, obviously, it's happening a slightly too slow, but I come from a traditional VC background, and the VC timeline for investment is 3 to 5 years, maybe 7. And I think when we understand the technology and we put in this potential opportunity into the impact space, it might not come in the traditional way. And I think that's where our pension funds have the opportunity to invest. And one of the things I joke with, or cheekily push our Swedish pension funds is, if you go to the pensioners and say, would you like us to carefully invest your money in a safe, blah, blah, or a traditional way, they will go, yes, that's what I want. But if you rephrase it and say, should we take our pooled capital and solve the big problems of our time together? I think actually, surprisingly, many will say, yes, that's what we should do with our pooled capital.
Exactly. And then the question here is what do you say, Robert? Most of these venture capitalists out there, they actually, it's your money, it's my money, it's Aurore's money, it's not their money. How can we implement the will of the people in a world of capital? Do you have
Well, first of all, going to pension funds only works if you're tier 1. Most of them are civil servants who never ran a business and don't really know how to invest. That's why they overpay fund managers like BlackRock to do it for them. So it sounds good, the pension funds, and Sweden has a very cool system that allows individuals to take some of the money back, unique in the world, and I admire that a lot. But most of the time, if you see a pension fund, we're going to do impact. If you're not tier 1, you are totally wasting your time going to them. I've had very big VC funds. Some of them actually your colleague has worked at, and they would knock on my door and they would want kind of stuff. They just wanted to learn tricks. They were not seriously committed to this. They had to do a presentation at a conference, so they wanted some tricks to learn to fool everybody else because they're trying to get LPs to give them money. But they're tier 1. They will get the money. Unfortunately, most of the world are not tier 1. Most of the fund managers are not there. And who is the largest investor in non-tier 1 funds? EIF. They're the one that is actually keeping those alive. So you just have to go to, basically the ones that are doing the most are talking the least. And the ones talking the least are doing the most. And you just have to, and I focus a lot on family offices or organizations like Kenfo that no one's ever heard of, the largest new sovereign fund in the world.
But what do we need? So Robert, I'll interrupt you briefly here. And so what do we need? So let's recreate the financial system here of investments. Let's do it all over again. We tiered up and we start anew. What should we do?
You need to get people to quit their jobs if the fund manager is not truly committed to sustainability. You need to have MBA students refuse to work for them. You need to have LPs refuse to give them money unless they meet certain requirements and are willing to invest in non-tier 1 funds. If they can't get money, which at the moment they don't have any problem if they're tier 1, and they can't get staff, that will wake them up. At the moment, why is it that not one single major private bank, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, UBS, Credit Suisse, all of them talk about impact? Why is it that not one totally dominates the space? Not one. But it's so important because they're not spending any money on internal or external awareness raising. So what they're doing, they're just stealing staff. That problem is going to accelerate because soon MBA students will wake up and see, hey, I have power when these recruiters come around. Don't work for them. Leave these companies. That's the only thing that gets through to them because they're just morons who are not very competent. I once said to the head of Goldman Sachs, I think the fund managers are wrong half the time. He said, no, 3/4. So would you go to a gynecologist, a car mechanic, a painter, a plumber, if 75% of their decisions were wrong? Stop putting these fund managers on a pedestal as if they're geniuses. They are not. They are not. Most of them never ran a business. They don't know what it is to make a salary.
That might be true though, Robert. But what's your solution, Aurora? Robert's painting quite a bleak picture here of the world of finance investment.
I'm painting a realistic picture, not bleak.
It was my turn.
It is realistic, might be bleak. That's true.
And it doesn't really matter, in my opinion. We can spend time on thinking about if Robert's right or not. This is what the smorgasbord of people and institutions look like today. And we don't have time to solve it in the way that Robert would like, in a fundamental uproot of everything and re-educating everyone. So therefore, we have to spela bollen där det ligger, as we call it in Swedish. We need to play ball here. So we need to identify how this capital that is to a large degree greenwashing and looking only for the opportunity. How do we recalibrate that? And that means, I think, that this needs to be regulated. And I think where we see the most important movement is strong nations by setting clear regulation about electrification, price on carbon, and then steering the capital with a framework that creates a level playing field and kind of disregards Robert's morals or non-morals.
Okay, now a final question for you, because our time is running out. I hate time is running out for really good debates such as this. But what can Sweden bring to the table? Robert, I'll let you start.
Well, Sweden has always showed a leadership role. They put a very realistic price on carbon, and I agree with her that we have to put a realistic price on carbon. That is absolutely critical. So they've played a leadership role and continue to do that. I think it's important that we stop being PC and we really start calling out the fund managers for what they are. They are heroin dealers. They are heroin dealers, profiting, facilitating, and supporting environmental and social destruction, wrapping themselves in I am a recovering investment banker, so now I'm a good guy. But basically, they're still 700 kilos overweight, trying in a grotesque body, pretending to be something they're not. Most people are not willing to call out the heroin dealers because they want to hang out with them on their jets or whatever. We need to really start saying, enough, enough. You don't want to do this? That's fine. But Larry, Fink, and all the oil companies, stop bullshitting us. You are not doing anything. You are profiting, facilitating, and supporting environmental and social destruction. You are a heroin dealer.
Okay, so Aurora, what can Sweden do? We don't like heroin dealers, do we?
I'm not going to comment on that, but I think where I find something that's interesting and valid in what Robert's saying is addiction. And I think we as society are addicted to growth. So by looking at that addiction, we can then start processing where we need to go and the decisions that we have taken historically that has led us to this situation. And I'm personally a fan of regulation. I think this is can create a tight framework. As I said, price on carbon.
Agreed. True.
Easy ways, not simple, but easy ways to address this. And the other, where I tend to want to spend more of my time this year is looking at subsidies. We see around the world subsidies to the oil and gas producing industry. And with these two, those subsidies, moving that away from that, because that, I mean, if I could use your Robert's language for a second, I mean, let's call bullshit on that, as well as setting a price on carbon. And luckily, Sweden is a nation where we don't do this. We set a price on carbon that is fair. We need to increase it to its a further part of the economy. And we are subsidizing renewables and fossil-free energy. And I'm very proud of that. And this is a pavilion that demonstrates how technology and innovation can move the green needle, but it doesn't matter if only Sweden does it. It's so important that we learn from others and share our insights.
Okay, lovely. That would have to be final, the final words from this highly interactive and great soundbite-filled discussion between Robert Rubenstein of TBLI and Aurora Belfrog, wonderful ESG investor and board member of the Swedish Pavilion. Thank you so much for joining, and stay put, people out there. In 5 minutes, we have Marie Ekeland from 2050, one of the leading new investors in town, and we'll hear more from her.
Just
Thanks
one
again,
quick thing. Just one quick thing. We will be announcing a permanent solution to this mess shortly.
Sure. That
You'll
will
love
be
it.
good.
You'll love it. Bye-bye.
Okay, see you around.
Bye.
Okay, bye for now.
Vilket fint namn.
Mm.
Det här blir ju jättebra.
Det funkar jättebra. Vill du sitta kvar och prata vidare? Du är ju så här grym på det här. Så att det...
Jag tycker det är så kul.
Ja, men då så.
Klipp alltså. Vad är skillnaden idag och de andra dagarna? Alltså ingen jävla aning. Det har gått ju bra varenda dag för kameran. Kameran är väl det enda som har funkat, eller? Ja, verkligen.
Det börjar helt. Hel börjar vi igen, så att det är 2 minuter.
Och jag ger high five till oss.
Yes. Nej, det är bara vi ska prata vidare med Maria. Fortsätter.
Kan du ta en bild när vi ser Sweden Food Tech? Och Piglet.
Sweden Food Tech.
Hur mår du?
Jag är jätteglad. Du har taget. Jag gör mini project management. Jag har 10 dagar för februari. Så nästa idag jag var med mat och familj. Och 2 dagar ska ha historia och Lucia.
Where should we go? Tyskland.
Ja, de har bullar. Man kan sippa i. De har också bullar. Men det är långt. Så de behöver vänta till det börjar. Luxemburg har en rutschkana.
Vi skulle haft rutschkana till det.
Det är också lite barnsligt, men de har också bollar och en liten show. Det är fint.
USA har jag hört. USA?
Jag har inte varit.
Saudi?
Saudi har jättebra glass. 35 dirham, men to die for. Pomegranate, granatäpple med ost. Och de har sesamikål istället av vanlig kål. Det är härligt.
Orsi var guide här och bytte position och man lottar och ibland har man lite tur. Så jag fick vara mentor. Men i själva verket så är det jag som är mentor och det är jag som lär mig.
Ja, vad härligt. Ja, men...
vi missade varandra igår.
Men nu har ni fångat varandra. Så Saudi glass, yes.
Ja, och det är helt idag, 31 grader, så allt att göra med vattnet. Det finns också nere på landen surreal vatten.
Jag tror vi kommer åka hem efter
vattenfall.
Så det är imorgon.
Men det är bra för barn. Och de har också bredvid Mission Possible där man kan slam. Stänger klockan 10 också.
Men Alla drog.
Nej, men alltså det var 10 över och det var så här, jag ska egentligen göra en introduktion klockan 5, det är redan gjort så att det behöver jag inte göra.
Och tunga var lite barnsligt med delfiner och fiskar. Sånt. Där man kan också pussla och färja. Så det är en opportunity där jag jobbar. Och annars. Ja, det finns också lekplats. Bredvid Saudi där finns en lekplats. Och den glas passar vuxna. Inte barn.
Fattar?
Men de har ice collies bredvid. De är 100% frukt. Icebox.
Icebox, ja.
Good plan. Får jag en slurk av den här gröna goda teet?
Gör det.
Hur länge är du kvar?
Jag slutade 3 minuter. Ja, men det är alltid just nu jättemycket att göra. Eftersom alla vaknade det sa bara 40 dagar till och då Expo stänger. Så jättemånga kommer.
Hur lång är nästa konversation?
20. Är det okej?
Ja.
Toppen.
Ja, men nu har vi tagit oss hela vägen hit så kan vi...
Ja, men då bara make the most of it.
Ja. Make the most of it.
Det är bara.
Att jag gör det.
Precis, eller hur? Så här, massor.
Ska du ha lite glad också?
Jag ska heller absolut. Vi ska standen.
Ja, finns det bra stränder här?
Ja, det finns några allmänna stränder. Du åt lunch igår i Marinan. Där finns det en public beach. Och så finns det en annan public beach, Palace Beach. Men annars har det ju till hotellen. Vi var på ett hotell idag. Så talar man Leganar. Och sen så bara, nej, hon är barn. Ni får vara där borta bakom det där hörnet. Du ser bara hur de vuxna ligger och det är underbart. Så får barnfamiljerna vara hörnet.
Men vad Lego, vad heter det? Vattenpark. Det
Hon
passar.
är lite för liten.
Nej,
Nej,
inte den. Nej.
kanske jag som är för gammal.
Nej då, det är det inte. Men det...
Nej, den är för mindre. Ja.
Jag såg bilder där, tyckte det verkade jätteläskigt. Så här.
Men det är på Aquaventure.
Ja, okej.
Det är mer för äldre barn. Så. Men Lego.
Nej, jag måste ju åka med på allting.
Ja, då är det ju bra att det inte är...
Ja, precis. Jag vill ju ha något som är lite mer chill.
Hon är lite tuffare än du är kanske.
Lite för mindre barn. Jag får se det mellan 4 och max 10.
Apropå barn, har sen lämnat sin son, dotter, hemma i Sverige och man för att vara här.
Ja.
De är nog också här.
Jo, men jag tycker ändå så här dedicated och
det är det.
stark mamma.
Hur länge är du här då?
Ja, jag kom i september.
I september? Ja, hela. Du är här hela. Jag fattar. Okej.
Jag har skrivit min examensarbete för min yrkeshögskola och jag har fortfarande 2 veckor lerande i arbete och jag vet inte ännu vart jag ska göra det. Här eller i Sverige. Och det börjar om en månad. Time is ticking. Ja.
Det blir nog bra.
Men jag ska prova att hitta någonting här.
Du ska det?
Ja. Jag har redan provat det, men det tar jättelång tid att få svar här.
Vem man visar upp för det?
Men jag har nu. Och ID-kort också.
Ja. Du kanske bara stannar här helt enkelt. Okej, topp. 4, okej. Yes. Okej. Okej.
Jag trodde det var på flit för att hon kom upp på scen, men det var nej.
Vad ska vi prata om next?
Nu ska vi prata med Line. Ekland här också. Wow. Kör vi! Hello everyone and welcome back to the Swedish Pavilion stage, or should I say studio, because we're broadcasting live to the world straight from the Swedish Pavilion here at Expo 2020, and we do that. How can we make sure that our future is prosperous? Earth, but also for us humans. And today we are discussing the financial system. And with me here today, I have one of Sweden's leading ESG investors, Aurore Belfrage. I know she hates when I say that she's one of those. She's so humble, but she really is. So do believe me and don't believe her. We're here also together with one of the leading ESG investors in Europe. And one of those who are changing the financial system out there, Marie Ekeland from 2050. Marie, yes, you're here, and we can see you on this huge, big screen here at the Expo. And
hello.
Yes, hello there, Marie. Looking good today, especially
Thank you.
At 5 times 10 meters, which you currently are. So it's a huge screen in this lovely pavilion. And we have been discussing before this, we've been Robert Rubinstein of TBLI, and his claim is that all are essentially heroin dealers. And I know that you're not one of those, Marie, but could you tell us a bit more of who you are?
Sure. So I am an venture capitalist, so an investor in innovation at large. And I built 2050 with the idea that you actually need to change the financial system first if you want to be able to support the transition of the food ecosystem, as also the other very important ecosystems that are today need to transition with all the challenges that we're facing, like climate change or the other social challenges, etc. So I'm trying to build a financial product and a financial company which could be leading the way in building different ways of supporting these companies and these ecosystems at large to be able to build a different path that would be sustainable and that would be reaching the kind of key challenges that we're currently facing.
But Marie, that is what everyone is saying, this ESG world. What are you doing?
That is different. So we're doing three things that are different. The first one is that instead of only financing companies, we look at the ecosystem at large and we try to see where the nodes are. And then we do finance the companies that are trying to give solutions to that, but we also finance research or advocacy or education, shared knowledge, things that can help the systemic nodes to change, but that we actually need to have the system transition. So for example, if you look at the food system, what you see is that there's a lot of demand from consumers for having local food or organic foods or foods that are healthier for them or that are more respectful of climate. So there's a lot of companies that are built here that are already great successes, like Oatly, but like also Impossible Foods in the US, or Too Good To Go on the waste management, or Karma in Sweden. But it's not only that. If you look more at the production level, for example, at the farmers level, there also needs to have changes. And there's a lot of things that doesn't have an economical model to make the change happen. It's because there's regulatory issues, for example. Or one of the problems is that the farmers, it's not what they're taught at school, these new practices that you need to have your crops that are resilient to climate change, for example, to have polycultures or to have agroecology things. This is shared knowledge, and that's a problem that cannot be solved by one company. There's no business model around that. So to be able to solve these nodes that are actually systemic, what we do is that 10% of the money that is given to us, we invest in what we call open and strategic resources or commons, that are helping the whole ecosystem, but that we expect zero financial direct return out of, but we believe are necessary to provide and accelerate and facilitate the shift of the food system. So this is really something different, which is we're not only investing in like these companies taking advantage of the disruptions that are asked by the consumers, but we also try to accompany that by investing in research and advocacy and shared knowledge and education and open data and things that we actually need to make the transition happen, but that have no direct financial result.
I think that's a wonderful, wonderful thing to do. But are those 10% of your investment portfolio, you fully then expect those to, to not materialize at all, those investments? Or do you actually think that those investments can be proper investments as well, though they're not just, normal investments?
Yeah, so it's not a direct financial return we expect out of them, but we do expect they will help our companies that are active in that change because it's needed. So one of the best example we have of someone who acknowledged the power of commons is what Elon Musk did for Tesla. So Elon Musk and Tesla in 2013, he gave away all Tesla patents. He just gave them away saying, this is what we know at Tesla. This is the research and the technology that we've built. Please use it, to if you want to have an action in the electric car industry, built on that, because he wanted the whole development of the whole electric car industry to evolve and to accelerate. And he was saying, these people are not my competitors. The fossil fuel industry is my competitor, but I will benefit from the fact that the electric car industry is moving faster and developing faster based on on the research we've done and the results we've had. And today, the result is that it did benefit to themselves as well because they're the clear technological leader, but it did accelerate the whole electric car industry development as well. So that's the type of spirit that we're trying to do in saying, because we nurture the commons from one particular value chain or sector or ecosystem, as you may want to call it, actually the people that are in that transition and building the leaders of that transition, they will benefit from it. And we will also win and have benefits from that. So we're trying to build this win-win model, is that because you do contribute to commons, it will help you because you will be part of an ecosystem that is sane, that is fertile, and it will help you to build a greater champion and a greater business as when you're participating to that.
Okay, so essentially you're saying by participating, by being an actor in the system, you're getting better deals, you're getting better opportunities for the companies you've invested in. It sounds like a smart strategy to me. What do you say, Aurora?
Well, I'm also here in my capacity as a board member of the Swedish Pavilion, and our motto here is co-creation for innovation. And that might sound like a very noisy buzzword, like a one-liner that you can just use. But this word co-creation that Sweden takes very seriously means that you have to work cross-border and cross-silo. And that's what Marie is saying. Many of these things that we've traditionally built has worked for another era, for another time, for another challenge. And these silos are slightly cemented into the structure. That is the systemic that we're dealing with. And in order for us to deal with this new challenge in this new era, some of these systemic silos don't serve us. And breaking them, just as Marie was saying, isn't necessarily a profitable endeavor. But we have to do it anyway. And because it's not a profitable endeavor, we need to recalculate the cost of breaking some of these silos. And what Marie has done here is saying, 10% of our fund will go to looking at this surrounding system, this enabler, this catalytic, i.e. she's going to break the systemic and she's going to break the silos, and she's factoring it into the profitability of these companies. But that's also what we do as nations. That's what Sweden is doing. That's what countries like the UAE is doing and France. We're looking at what future do we want? What is the future that we want, given the reality, the mess that we have put ourselves in, the situation of 1.5 being a goal, but it's a disastrous goal. It's not like 1.5 degrees is anything that we should celebrate. What do we need to do in order to achieve that? And as we were saying, you missed it previously in the discussion with Robert. The green transition isn't a business opportunity. There are business opportunities in pockets for sure. Huge wealth is going to be created over the next 2 decades, but not every aspect of the green transition is profitable. And it's not going to be evenly distributed, which means that potentially, as usual, the top will benefit from this transition. And it was only 20 years ago we saw the crisis of 2018 and 2019, and we're still living with the system damage of allowing people that didn't create the financial system crisis to take the brunt of the cost. And with everyone remembering that, as well as the last 40 years, we've seen wealth allocation disparities. We need to, both in real terms, but also in symbolic terms, say, it will be us, the ones that have the best, the most, the profitable elite that needs to take the brunt of the cost. We need to lead the way. And that's partly what Marie is doing. I'm using different words, but that is important. And in this co-creation, this teamwork, everything won't be with the ROI that you would expect.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful way of saying it. And I truly hope that Sweden can lead the way. But I also must say, I think it's pure good business practice, to be honest. I mean, like Maria, I'm sure you get better deals by being an actor in the system, giving back, and you get in return, free advice, free connections.
But you need to be honest, and I think Robert had a point, Chris. You need to be honest about what is going to work and what's not. What's the timeline on certain investments? And some of them, for example, Marie and I discussed previously, and I've discussed it with Robert a lot, a price on carbon.
Sure.
Adding a price on carbon will, in the short term, take profits and margins away from businesses, because in this transition, you suddenly realize you've had some sort of free lunch.
Yeah, no free.
You still have to do it.
Yeah. No, I think that the lunch has been paid by you and me and everybody else out there amassing the fortunes in the pension system, and then of course we're deploying that to various fund managers in order to fix it. But shouldn't we require of our pension funds that they only invest in people such as Marie, that actually provides not just investments for companies, but also for the ecosystems?
I think that's great. And I don't think actually we've been brave enough to formulate it that way. And once we do, it will make sense. Once you understand that the previous setup was for a different time and a different challenge, and this is the new challenge, it's a rational choice to make. So I think we should actually write 2050 and Marie into the statutes of the Swedish pension funds.
Exactly. No, I'm not joking. I think we should. No, no, but the question then back to Marie, how come you ended up with 10%? Was that what the investors could swallow, or is it rational behind it?
Good question.
Yes, I think it was a mix, because at some point what you would expect is that it flows naturally and you don't have to set a percentage. You just want to have the money that is necessary to be able to do that. But we needed to set a cap so that, so we started with 10%, which is still significant money to act on commons, but that people, if they, for as long as we have not demonstrated yet the type of financial performance that the fund will build, we can still say that we will have, as you're saying, there's so much assets in doing that to get access to the best entrepreneurs, or to have a greater understanding of what's going on in one particular field or value chain or sector, and therefore to invest better as well, and to build also knowledge about how to support our entrepreneurs in that field by having greater, deeper, and anticipated knowledge of what's going to happen, and for them to prepare at best for the transition, to be more resilient, etc. So we have a greater value proposition in general. So we believe, this whole mixture, we started with 10%, saying we will have a significant action on that, but we believe at some point we won't have to set up a number because we will have some history, some of data of performance on the triple performance and obviously financial, but also social and environmental that we can demonstrate on that. We won't need to set a cap.
Exactly, and I think this is so good. I kind of curious as if we were going to see a race to the top here, and then comes another fund called 2060 and say, well, no, we do 20% to all the ecosystems around, and then they steal business away from you because they're even better. You know, could we have that?
But I think we're seeing it. So one is on the fund side of things, but the other is on the nation side. So where Sweden, the US, UAE, where we are right now, are competing in building the new infrastructure for the next chapter in humanity, which is fossil-free. And I think we can create great inspiration from both our host countries. But this whole exhibition is a demonstration of we, i.e. every country in the world, wants to build the infrastructure, the products, the services for a fossil-free world. So this is a competition, and I think it's a great way of looking at it.
Yeah, no, Marie, I must ask you, I mean, coming with this proposition to investors saying, basically, you give away 10% of whatever you're giving me in order to manage. Has that been a hard sell? That's one of the questions. Has it become an easier sell over time? That's the second question.
I would say it depends. So the easier sell, yes. I mean, I've really seen the change pre-COVID, post-COVID of people understanding that they need to invest in their own ecosystem at least. And I see companies even that we invest in also starting to think about what they should do to their own ecosystem. So this definitely yes. And to your question about do people see it as a cost or do they see the value of it? It depends. It really depends. But what they have seen and what was kind of, you need to give example. So now that we have the first example of what it actually means to invest in open strategic resources, for example, the first thing we've built is a climate course on 360 degree to understand the basics of physics, of biology, to understand biodiversity loss, the whole cycle of carbon, the projecting the IPCC scenarios, what it actually means for you. Also the whole history of energy, what you can project, the type of solution that are in there. Same thing for agriculture and same thing for the social history of the greenhouse gases emissions. So you get this kind of holistic understanding of what is going on. And if you have that, you can act upon what you understand way easier than if you don't grasp it, at least at this minimum level. And so when they read that, usually they see the value, you know, and then when we say, and they see the value that if we give away this to all the employees of all portfolio companies, and they actually understand, they will be armed and better equipped to take the right decision in the future. So I think the true value is when they see what we're doing and what it actually means to be able to finance this, what the type of intelligence it brings to them and to the portfolio and to us as investors, and then they understand.
I think this is lovely, and I'm sure this model will be proven also on the investment side going forward. Aurore, what do you say?
I want to use one of my favorite Swedish words, smorgasbord. And I think we should look at the smorgasbord of risk. So when you look at these things, you look at financial risk, opportunity risk, etc. And what Marie is saying, I think, is really important. There's systemic risk and there's a systemic opportunity. And once you understand what happens if you don't act, if we don't move, if we don't break silos, because the traditional risk is very narrow before you understand the big picture, before you have the holistic view, which means that you look at your budget, you look at the old way of doing things, you will look at historical numbers, which means that you don't take the risk, it's not to risk it, you don't want to be, you know, as you don't. No. But if you understand the systemic picture that Marie's just painted, and understand what happens if you don't do it, then we will catapult forward, because then you realize sitting still is not going to save my job. or my life, or my children, or the planet.
I think those are wonderful final words for this conversation. Thank you so much, Marie, for joining us.
Thank you for having me and for.
Yeah, and we will keep this discussion going. That's for sure. Okay,
thanks for keeping it running.
Yes, let's do that. And thank you, Aurora, for joining us on stage here today. It's been lovely. You and Saga, I think she's such a well-behaved child, I must say. We're moving on now in the program. And what do we have next? I think it's Estefania right now from the Basque Culinary Center.
And I think that's where I bid goodbye.
You bid goodbye and looking forward to seeing you on the stage soon again. Okay, cheers. Estefania, now I see you again on the screen. Oh, hi there. It's so good to have you here. And Estefania, please tell us a bit more of where you are in the world and who are you?
Right. So I'm in San Sebastian in the Basque country.
Yeah, exactly. Please go ahead. Continue.
Right. Yeah. So in Spain, which is kind of a nation of its own, right? I work at the Basque Culinary Center at BCC Innovation, which is the R&D center for the Basque Culinary Center. Hey, cute person there with you.
Yes,
yeah. And
here.
oh, lovely. And yeah, so we do innovation and research on the realm of gastronomy sciences, which is a kind of new science that we're developing in the past, years.
That's lovely. And before we get into our further discussion, I think we have a little movie here to show to both the audience here in the Swedish Pavilion, but also to all of you out there.
Right. I hope you enjoy it.
We will.
I'm a Michelin-trained chef turned strategist for food innovation and foresight in the food space. Food is my passion and obsession. I've been in this field for 15 years. I work in BCC Innovation, Basque Culinary Center's R&D department. We bring together multidisciplinary projects with different people, from scientists to chefs to entrepreneurs to businesses. What we do is we create multidisciplinary collaborations, but we also foster hybrid profiles that are unique for giving unique solutions for the very special problems and challenges that we're facing today. We focus our work in sustainability, health, and culinary innovation. We approach challenges in a holistic way. We think about gastronomy as actually a value system, from producer to consumers, also interacting with other places of society, such as policies or economy or markets. Here in BCC Innovation, we approach challenges from a chef's perspective. We create future-proof strategies. As a specialist and really people that have been in the field, we can really help stakeholders understand what are their opportunities and the main obstacles for strategies in the food space. For example, we help Central Finland government find a way to include gastronomy in their well-being strategy as part of their robust sports public sector. We also understand consumers from a sensory analysis perspective. We are a trained panel of chefs that, guided by sensory analyst scientists, understand what are the key elements that are most essential to each product. For example, we help develop a cookie that reduces significantly its amount of sugar by helping them understand how this can be done, and the impact on the final product and consumer's perspective was minimal. We develop high gastronomic value products. We not only think about how is this feasible, how this can be done like food technologists or scientists, our main focus is flavor. In this sense, we create products for the retail that can really bring a differential value to things such as healthy snacking or byproducts. For example, we created kombuchas with wild plants, or we have also developed really healthy snacking based on byproducts of other industries. We co-create solutions for the digital gastronomy. As veterans of the hospitality industry, we really understand the pains of this sector, and we help translate them to the startups and the broader ecosystem to really help create solutions to problems that are rather problems to solutions. And finally, we accelerate entrepreneurs We chefs are also mentors of our accelerator program, Culinary Action, in which we try to make them understand what an interesting concept is, how can we bring this concept to life, and finally, how can we bring it to market. My mission is to demonstrate that chefs outside of restaurants can create an enormous amount of impact, from empowering people in the kitchen for their health, to creating amazing products for retail, to cooking in schools, to even envisioning future scenarios that are different, that are better than today. And we are just scratching the surface.
That is so cool to hear, Stefania. I mean, like, God, I wish I was in the Basque, the Basque country. For so many reasons, and this is just one of them. I must ask you, what is it like to run these types of program in a place such as the Basque country? I think the latest count, 33 Michelin stars or something like that. The world's by far best chefs are, in your clear vicinity.
Right. So I guess there's like it's like a double-edged sword, right? Because every time you are working in a space that is very developed, right, there's like a lot of baggage in a way as well, right? So these chefs came to be 30 years ago, even more, right? And they're very, very established, very well known. So there are some things that are kind of like hard to get around and be like more innovative. But in the other sense, there's also like a big brand as a country. And we're really like pushing the boundaries of like what chefs can do in the Basque Culinary Center. And these chefs are, of course, backing us. So it's kind of like, like everything that is big, it's huge. It has two sides to it.
Yes, no, but I think, the first time I arrived in the Basque Country, I couldn't believe the quality and the innovation of the food I had. It was beyond imagination, truly. And I'm just wondering, what types of innovations are you looking at right now at the Basque Culinary Center? Because we've seen molecular gastronomy, we've seen people now go back to the roots again, and what's behind the corner?
Right. So we're actually very interested. I mean, tech is a big part, of course, but we're also very interested in kind of like cultural aspects of what the future looks like. So, for example, we want to know how chefs can empower people to be more proactive in the kitchen and achieve better health. For example, we've done programs with like patients that have obesity and diabetes, and it has actually made like a huge dent on their well-being, for example. Right. So that's kind of like a less techie thing, but it's really new and really exciting for us. And then, as I said in that video, for example, we were tweaking the recipe of a cookie to make it like people cannot tell the difference, but sugar has been reduced like very significantly. And then on the other hand, in the tech sector, we're talking a lot with startups to understand like, what is the use case? How can we make it better? And since we have like a lot of experience working in restaurants, the conversations are really, really exciting because, tech people kind of come in problems like from an engineering point of view. And we're like picturing ourselves like, in the weeds, in the restaurant, full. And it's like, no, actually, I need this thing to do this rather than this thing you're telling me it's going to do. Or so, and also like creating gadgets, like, oh, what would you dream your oven could do? And we'd be like, it'd be amazing if it does this and that. And actually, we're patenting like new gadgets as well. So it's a really broad field because chefs haven't stepped out of the restaurant yet, not really like significantly,
Which is kind of strange because they're still at the same time, they're the potential most powerful change agent of our time, probably, because the chefs are the new superheroes. They give us the experiences that we never thought we could have, and especially so in the Basque countries. And when I look at stuff that's happening, okay, the personalization of food, of course, but there's another thing that I'm twisting around in my mind, and that is more like, how can we make sure that we can enjoy a greater biodiversity? Still, we produce 12 plants and 5 animals in this world. That's 75% of all the calories. Can we find enjoyment?
Yeah. I mean, totally. The whole key of the chef being like, kind of like a loose end that to really close that kind of like new cycle and changes that we want to achieve. Because, I mean, like, we talk about food affordability, right? But you know, like you could eat grains and pulses, and this is like quite affordable already. But we're talking like, no, this like it doesn't go into that logic because it's not desirable, right? No one wants to eat like a dish of garbanzo beans rather than, you know, a sexy burger or whatever, you know, marketing is telling us. You know what I mean? Not that burgers are not great, but you know, there's space for everything because we need to eat more diversely. So, you know, I think you totally hit a great point, which is chefs can achieve desirability, like not only like on a palate level, but also like, you know, like representing what's sexy, what's new, what's like interesting, what we haven't looked at in a different angle. You know what I mean? So I totally agree on that. And also, I think like chefs are kind of like cavemen, or we are like cavemen, because, you know, most people are like, don't go to a market or don't know how something grows, or like, you know, a lot of things. And us, we actually don't know much Excel or stuff like that. We're really like not so great with technology sometimes, but you know, we know how things grow. We know farmers, we know eaters, we know distributors, we know winemakers. So we're kind of like still living in a sort of food system that is really like primal. It's not so huge and so globalized in some senses. And we can try to replicate these experiences with people that want to like try to make food system more local. So I think there's a lot of interesting things for chefs to do, not only biodiversity, but like in so many different things like urban farming and like creating new connections, you know, seeing what to do with surplus from food industry. I mean, as I said, I'm on a mission, so I have a lot of work for chefs outside of restaurants.
Let's make sure that mission succeeds as well, because we really need to make sure that we can start eating more things and make those even more delicious than the current ones are, because it's not enough that we save the planet ourselves. Unless it's super delicious, people won't change. Yeah,
totally.
But if it's super delicious, on the other hand, people will change super fast. So so hey, do we need to train the chefs differently in the future than we're doing today?
I think there's something of that, but there's also a lot of bridging that needs to be done. You know, like there's a lot of talk about inter, transdisciplinary, but there's so little actual. Right, there's so little like actual tools to it, because you know, we're all like so like a specialist and experts and all in our silos. And you know, I go to a tech meeting and I'm like, I'm not getting stuff, you know, or I go to meet bankers or VCs, I'm not getting stuff, you know what I mean? And probably when we talk about food, like chefs, people is like, what the hell are you talking about? You know? So I think there's a lot of bridging to be done. And I am totally into this idea that, yeah, we need to train chefs, but we need to train chefs to bridge, you know, the restaurant sector, the chefs that are working, and the rest of the people that need this knowledge so desperately. And maybe neither of them actually know how beneficial a true dialogue would be, you know? So this is why I'm launching Mycelium Gastronomy Innovation Network, which is actually providing a platform for chefs, which we have a global network of chefs around like everywhere, to actually start connecting with all these agents, notably startups, accelerators, and you know, the big public sector, so local and global administrations, the UN, so we can actually start getting this dialogue going, you know? So yeah, chefs need to be trained, but we also need to kind of engineer that transition and bridge those dialogues, you know?
And we also need, I guess, to see what is a chef in the future. I mean, I had this discussion with a Swedish chef in New York called Marcus Samuelsson, who's one of the leading chefs there. And when COVID hit and everyone left New York and he was there with a stranded restaurant, essentially, he started rethinking his role and realized his role was cooking for the first responders, the ambulance drivers, the nurses, etc. And eventually he said, oh, my role changed from being a chef to being a community leader. And then, of course, he leads based on sustainability, health, nutrition, all those positive values. I mean, if we could have chefs as presidents and prime ministers in the future, I think it would be looking quite differently than it does today.
It'd be more practical for sure. I mean, like, be like, okay, but what's the bottom line? Let's get to it, right? Yeah, I think like it has started. Like you could see, like, I mean, you are acquainted with Dan Giusti. He's been on your big meet. Of course, there's people, and like, of course, Nicole Pisani with Chefs in Schools. Like, there's a lot of people. There's like, wait a minute, is this? You know, what is culinary creativity for, really? You know what I mean? I mean, great fine dining restaurants for sure, but other stuff too. I mean, why should we limit it to see like who's number 1 and who's number 20 and who's number 50 in X or Y list, when actually this creativity can be used to do so much more, as you know, as Rasmus was saying, as Dan is proving with his work, as Nicole is like every day doing in schools. I mean, to just illustrate the point, Nicole Pisani runs a school in Hackney in London, and they have a koji room in there, so the kids can actually learn of like the magic of, like, you know, fungi. So yeah, I mean, for sure, there's so much to be done. I mean, President, I wasn't thinking about it, but now you have inspired me. So yeah.
That's your next career, Stefania, that's for sure. We need a new set of political leaders. You can pick a country of your choice.
Wow, my country, I would love Venezuela, but I'm not sure about that one.
But Maduro needs to get out first, I think. No, but
I hope this isn't being recorded.
No, but I think it's interesting because when you take a look at the trajectory who you know, the hero ship has been awarded to over the years. You know, chefs weren't, you know, revered to the same extent as today, only 20 years ago. And when I talk to chefs about this today, they say, yeah, but just wait a couple of more years, then we will revere the farmers far more than we do today, because without them, we're really nothing. So I think it's a full circle, back to the beginning again, the farm, the chef.
I mean, there's a lot of really optimistic talk about the future, and I am 100% for it. I have actually published a bunch of future reports that are quite like healthy, sustainable, and delicious, but there's also huge challenges ahead. And as food might become scarce, of course, farmers will, you know, they will regain the social value that they always had, the social, you know, status that they should always have had. And I think it's just a logic, as you say, is just closing the circle, because we've been thinking about, you know, chefs are here, and then agri-food is here, and then startups are here, and scientists are there, and actually we just need to mix them all together and get them in the same room talking. Like, it's just obvious. Yeah,
that's just, and I think this is a wonderful wrap up, because we need to finish that before moving on to the program, because that's what this Swedish Pavilion is all about: co-creation.
Awesome.
That's people together. That's also why we don't sell Swedish products here on stage at the Swedish Pavilion. We sell Sweden as a blank sheet of paper that we can write the new food system on, but only if we can do it together with people such as yourself, Stefania.
Thank you.
Having you here.
Yeah. Please do connect at myceliumgastronomy.com and Mycelium Gastronomy on Instagram as well.
Let's do that. Okay, have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Okay, so now we're heading into the next phase of this programming, and this is the one I'm mostly scared about, because I'm supposed to do some cooking. Oh my God, we're putting up the table here. Let's turn it towards the camera. By the way, I can talk to you a little bit about this table. You might see it's a strange looking surface. Many patches of, I don't know, small pieces of plastic, I assume, but then I know it's not plastic, because this is made from old Tetra Pak packaged products that have been ground and then pressed together to create a very interesting surface that's absolutely water resistant and absolutely joy to touch and feel. So I think it's super good. So I think we have soon, yes, we have our next speaker here in the room, almost in the room at least. So, or Josh, are you? Yeah, Josh, you're here. Lovely,
Yes.
lovely. Let's make sure we're setting up now, of course, for the cooking session that we have with you. There's going to be Mycelium. So I also would need some water.
How much water?
Ta en sån här stor karaff. So we're trying to set everything up here properly, Josh. Meanwhile, while I'm doing this, if you could introduce yourself to both the audience here in the Swedish Pavilion and to the rest of the world, because we're broadcasting through YouTube.
I'll be happy to. And first, making sure the sound, you can hear me okay?
Perfectly.
And more than anything else, I'm seeing what's on the table and you're making me hungry.
No, I mean, like, you have made me hungry by sending me all these lovely recipes and the recommendation to get a pressure cooker, which I have now.
Excellent. Yeah, I can see it. And all right, so you said to introduce myself a bit. So I'll start by saying, because this is, I think of you as food tech, and a lot of what I do seems the opposite of tech. I mean, my grandmother had a pressure cooker that she used on the farm. But to talk about my tech background, that I have a PhD in physics. I helped build a satellite that's still in orbit, taking data of the X-ray observations of the universe. I have several patents and started several different companies that have operated all around the world. And the first one has gone global and met a lot of success. And if you asked me back then, when I was really at the height of technology, I would have said that, one person's actions don't really matter, that we really need governments and corporations to act on the scale that we need. And then I started some experiment. Actually, I met you in the middle of it, sort of in a situation like this, because you were emceeing on stage. This was in Manhattan in New York City. And I was speaking, I think I was the keynote speaker there. And I spoke about how my not flying, that I expected to be deprivation and sacrifice, was really improving my life and made a really big effect on me. And a little bit after that, another speaker was from one of the Scandinavian airlines, and he was saying how they were saving fuel by putting less pepper on the airplane because they didn't use it all up, and using lighter paint on the outside. And when he came off, he was like, "You blew me out of the water because your reductions are much greater and much more effective." And that's a lot of what I work on is finding that making the switch to living more sustainably is often a much more simple, I mean, by my standards, a better life. But I didn't expect it to be that way. And only by doing it could I find it to be that way. Anyway, so you invited me to come to Sweden to speak there. And this is just before the pandemic. So the pandemic hit, because I told you, I'm not going to fly there. I'll only go if I can sail there. And you and I got together and I was going to sail there. And what we are going to do now, I was going to do in Sweden. And there's going to be a pop-up restaurant and all sorts of things. So the pandemic happened and here we are. So the audience can get ready for me leading you. This is going to be the blind leading the blind, me from here and you there.
No, we'll see. I'll prep to my best. Let's start with the food, and then we can talk more about who you are and the stuff that you're doing and your experiences from living super sustainably. I mean, like, to me, you're kind of the Nelson Mandela of sustainability, and we'll get into why I think that's the case. So what I brought here today, I can just tell you what I have here on the table, unless you see it. I have the lentils, red lentils. I don't know if that was good. Is that good?
Yep, they cook fast, so that'll be great.
Okay, cool. I have here a mix of carrots, broccoli, some other kale, cabbage. Yeah, that was right too.
And are they chopped up? It looks like they are.
Yeah, they're all chopped up. Yes, I spent time in the kitchen.
Awesome.
So they're all chopped up and ready to go. I have some water here, more is coming. I have some spices. I have salt and pepper, cumin powder, turmeric powder. I have here some onions, chopped up onions as well. And here I have a mix of cilantro, almonds, and tomatoes.
Now I'm really hungry.
And I also have here the nutritional yeast.
Nutritional yeast, great.
I guess this is the secret sauce. So what do I do?
If you've already chopped things up, you're really just going to put all of those. You're going to put the lentils in. Actually, let's put the lentils in first. Just put the whole thing in.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
And now the amount of water is going to be by the amount of lentils. So put in about twice as much by volume water that there's lentils. So,
okay,
because I do it by eyesight now.
Okay, I think this is about the same volume as the lentils, and we have some more water coming. So I'll start with the water I have, and then we'll add some more water later on.
And then now I think you can just if you just put the carrots and broccoli in.
Okay, here we go. Yep.
Now, really, I think what I would do then is just the rest of the stuff is for putting on after. So if you just close the lid and cook it for red lentils, I think it should be about 4 minutes.
Okay, sure, cool. I'll just wait for some more water. And I put all the spices and nutritional yeast afterwards. Okay,
yeah, you can. I usually put them on after.
Okay, cool. And here I think that was roughly twice the amount. Yeah, this is very scientific, as you can see.
Yeah. What's amazing is that.
Put the lid on.
Yep. And now each pressure cooker has its own way of operating. If that's a
yeah,
it looks like an Instant Pot.
Yeah, this has something that says pressure cook.
Yeah, so I think if you if you press pressure cook, it should probably put a number up.
Yep, it does, and it says 5. That must mean minutes.
Yeah,
and then
I think it might
flashes here, so I think I should push that.
Yeah, okay. That beeping, I think it probably is starting to cook now.
Pressure cook and start. Yes. Now it says on.
Okay, so when it's on, that means that it's heating up the water, and as the water boils, it will create steam, which creates a pressure. So it will probably take about, I don't know, it looks like a fairly sized, probably take 5 or 10 minutes before it starts, the pressure hits, and then it'll start, then it'll say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, cool.
And
so yeah, so now we have some time to talk about not the stew, which I hope will be interesting. I'm sure it will be, but more about you and your philosophy and what led you to become the Nelson Mandela of sustainability. What's your experience?
Before that, I do want to pay attention to the pressure cooker. There should be on top of it, there's a valve.
Yeah, yeah, it's closed.
So it's closed. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Good catch. It should be good. Otherwise, if it explodes, I'm the guy who get killed because I'm closest.
There's one other thing we should do before getting started. If let's mix the spices together so that when it's ready, you can just pour them all in at once.
Okay, I'll do that while you talk about your experiences of living sustainable.
Okay, and I would put in about
how much was I supposed to put in?
Yeah, I'd put in like about, for the amount you put in, I put in 1/4 to 1/3 of that container.
About 1/4 of this container. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and then like a tablespoon each of the cumin and turmeric.
Okay.
And that'll do it.
And the regular amount of salt and pepper. I think I know that basically. So okay.
Yeah, or I'd let each person put theirs on for themselves.
Yeah. No, I'll fix that while you are giving me the lesson on sustainability.
Okay, so now we're done with the food. And where should I begin on sustainability?
Let's begin. When it comes to sustainability, tell us about your experiences that led you to the point in life where you are today. I think that story is so illuminating. I can listen to it over and over again.
Okay, as I mentioned, if you asked me 10 or 15 years ago, I would have said, there's really nothing I could do. And I just hope other people fix things. And really, if you asked me, I would have said, nuclear fusion is really the answer. And whatever we can do to get there. And in the meantime, we should be efficient. Even so, the big thing happened one day. I was in my kitchen and I looked down at my garbage and I just thought, maybe I can't change the world, but this garbage is going to end up on someone's lawn. It's going out into the world, and I can take responsibility for my waste. Even if I can't fix the world, I can at least take my personal responsibility. And I thought, I wonder if I could go for a week without buying any packaged food. At the time, I knew how to cook growing up, but cooking for me meant, generally like buying a box of pasta and putting that in the, boiling that and putting some red sauce on it. Maybe doing something special would be maybe frying up some garlic and onions and some broccoli with that. Then I began, I thought, could I make it a week? I knew I could, but I didn't know exactly how. And so I started thinking, well, what should I do? What should I do day one? What should I do day two? And I kept analyzing and planning. And, you know, there's a stage where I spent 6 months analyzing and planning without actually starting. Until one day I said, you know, I'm not going to die if I go for a week without packaged food. I'll figure this out. And I just said, all right, I'm just going to start. And all the questions I have on what to do day 3, day 4, day 5, I'll just figure it out as I go. And that turned out to be a much more successful way of doing things, which, by the way, the video cut out at my end. Is everything okay? Is the connection okay? I hope you can hear me. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can see me. I can't see you or hear you. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So I'll keep going. And so let's see. I started at the beginning. All I could do was I went to the store and I went to the shelf where I normally began. And I'm looking at the shelves where, you know, I used to look and see food. And for the first time, I looked at the shelves and what I saw was the packaging, the boxes, the bottles, the jars, the cans, the stickers, the rubber bands. And I had told myself, for at least this week, I wasn't going to get any of that. So I was like, what can I do? And I actually felt very helpless. By this point, I'd had multiple Ivy League degrees. I'd launched the satellite, launched these companies. And it hit me standing there in this aisle that I couldn't eat without polluting. I couldn't live without hurting people. And this was a very helpless feeling. I mean, it was really, I felt wretched. And what could I do? So I'm standing there and I look over and of course there's a produce aisle. So I walked over to the produce aisle and instead I just bought only fruits and vegetables. Now I had bags and I would go to the bulk section. And for the first time in my life, I bought dried beans. I had no idea what to do. So eventually, you know, fast forward a day or two and I'm at home and it's time to cook the beans. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I mean, I felt really, how did I made it into my 40s and never having boiled beans on the stove? Anyway, so I started boiling them and, you know, the food came out not very good. I would like steam the vegetables and I would put little salt and pepper and vegetables with some beans and some rice. And it wasn't delicious, but it was sustainable. It sustained me. And I made it through the week. And then actually it was enough that at the end, I went for 2.5, I made it 2.5 weeks without buying any packaged food. And the first thing I bought was a bag of onions. And when I got home, I was like, I didn't need the bag. I could have just bought the onions loose. So I thought, could I keep this going? And after that, some friends were over and we were cooking together and I needed some tomatoes. And I said, can you go down and buy a can of tomatoes? So they came with a can of tomatoes. And then I was like, why do I need melted aluminum to get tomatoes? Like I could have just skipped it. And so I challenged myself to keep going. So over the next several months, it was still just mostly steamed vegetables over beans. But gradually over the course of 3 to 6 months, I would say, I started finding like this vegetable goes with that, this goes with that, these different things would mix together well. And eventually I got a pressure cooker, so I wasn't cooking the beans on the stove. And the pressure cooker dropped the cooking time from like an hour to like 5 minutes. And things started tasting really good together. And I started really enjoying what I was eating. And, you know, I knew about the prospect of, say, lab-grown meat long before Impossible Burgers came around. And I was really looking forward to them. But this thing happened that I started liking vegetables more and more. And actually, I got to put a plug in because I still really like the idea of, I want to see a lab-grown mink coat. And I don't see people, I know it's not about food, but I'm gonna put this in, like, I think that would be something really great to get lab-grown. But lab-grown meat, I've kind of lost interest in doing that. And I apologize if this is contrary to what people there are saying, but fresh fruits and vegetables cooked very simply are incredibly delicious. And I host dinners for corporations, and this is not my thing. It's just they invite me to speak on sustainability, and sometimes we incorporate food into it. And I've cooked for 50 people with nothing to throw away afterward. Nothing. No, well, they had an alcohol sponsor, so there was alcohol stuff, but that wasn't my part. And you know, one time I was at Lululemon, the clothing company, and for Earth Day a couple of years ago, I did the Earth Day thing. And I was speaking to someone who worked there. He said he loved Lululemon as a place to work because the community there is so tight that there's a common ethos there. But he came to them as a surfer. And he said that it dawned on him at some point that everything that they sold was plastic and all of it was going to end up in the ocean someday. And he was kind of stuck because he liked the ethos of the place, but he didn't like what he was doing. And to me, the more that I connect with basic, simple food and the farmers, I buy generally from the farmer's market, from a food co-op near me, from a CSA, which is to say, there's a drop-off point where I pick up every week my load. And the highlight of my summer is to go to the farm. I haven't gone there in a couple of years because of the pandemic, but before that, to go to the farm and see the vegetables growing there, to talk to them, to hear them talk about the land, to hear them talk about why they grew this time and why they grew something else this other time. And I love it. So some of the end results of this, you've heard that I don't fly, so I haven't flown since 2016. And I found that this has resulted in more connection with family, more adventure, more cultural experience, more experience of cuisines.
But where did you find all those experiences? Were they always right next to you?
Yeah, for example, right now it's in New York City, around here. If I go to the farmer's market, what do I get? Yesterday I bought a rutabaga. There's beets, sweet potatoes, carrots. It's mostly root vegetables, turnips. And now my favorite food in the world is Thai food in Thailand. If you ask me my favorite food, that's what I'd like to have the most. But I can't get it here. In fact, here it's like a mix of Thai food in New York is like Thai food mixed with extra salt, sugar, and fat added, which I don't want those. Put on tons of rice, more than that I don't really want. When I have to cook with just turnips and rutabagas and beets, I have to figure out how to make it interesting. I have to make it taste good. I don't think people have been living here for thousands of years on Manhattan, and I don't think that they were suffering eating terrible stuff all that time. So I have to put on myself, how do they make it interesting? So when I'm cooking with turnips, I am more in touch with the people in Thailand or Senegal or wherever who are cooking with what they have. So between the options of going to a Senegalese restaurant and having something that it's Senegalese mixed with American, it's not that, it may taste good to the American palate, but it's not that authentic. It's not that, I'm not actually experiencing that culture. Or flying there and just popping in for a week and going to where the tourists go, or if I'm lucky, going to some place that's not where the tourists are, but still not really experiencing the culture. Or getting a turnip and figuring it out by trial and error, keep trying and testing until it tastes really good, which is what I've done, which I really love what I do with these things. So that to me puts me more in touch with these places. And in New York, I guarantee right now, in most places, I could go in and buy a mango. Now, mangoes aren't grown anywhere near here. They're not, I don't know if they're in season or not because I'm not buying mangoes these days, but I guarantee 12 months out of the year, I can buy mango. And people who say, I want to go and experience lots of different cultural experiences and different cuisines of the world, I think most Americans would say a mango is exotic. But in actual practice, you can get them everywhere, all the time. A turnip, on the other hand, is in actual practice for most New Yorkers, actually is exotic because they don't buy them. So do they really want adventure and cultural cuisine and so forth? If they did, they could save thousands of dollars and not pollute, reduce their pollution by a tremendous amount and grow and learn, support local farmers and get a great flavor, and it's healthy stuff. But they don't. They go fly around. And I mean, it looks to me like the touristy places in the world have a lot more McDonald's than they used to. So I think the net effect is a decrease in culture in the world, a decrease of cultural experience for people, and they're missing out on what's right around them. And now I have to talk about one of my favorite things that I didn't used to do. I found out that there are these berry trees near where I live in Manhattan, and they're delicious. And I can't wait, they're June berries. So I can't wait for June to roll around so I can eat these berries. And I now have found out where all the June berry trees are near me. And I found in the middle of Central Park, one of the most dense places in the world, there's this giant mulberry tree that no one knows about. And so I love to go around and find.
With us, or that's a secret you're going to keep exactly where that is, right?
Anyone who comes to New York, find me. We'll go out and we'll pick berries together. And I ride my bike out to far places in New York City where, well, I'll tell you, last year was an election year for the mayor in New York City. And one of the guests, she ended up coming in second, Catherine Garcia. I asked her what she loves about New York City, and she said the national parks. And that led me to ride my bike out to this park all the way out almost by JFK. So it's really far. It was like a 70-mile ride. So what's that, 120 kilometers, something like that. And while I'm out there, I'm riding along and I see on the ground mulberries. So that means up in the tree, there must be mulberries that have fallen on the ground. And if there's one, there's going to be others. And I spent the entire day out there just going around finding more and more mulberry trees and picking all these mulberries. And I put to you that this mini vacation of mine that came from, why was she on my podcast? Because I live sustainably. So my podcast has grown to become something where it's very important for politicians and business people to come on and share an environmental, sustainable experience. So that made the context, but then also this communication of learning about nature, that's what she chose to share with me, and going and knowing to look for the berries. And I met some people out there who are also picking berries. And this experience was the equal of any place that I've flown to and back. It was, I mean, the people I spoke to, it was this old couple. I would never have spoken to them otherwise. And we just enjoyed, because they were out there picking berries too. They live near there and I'd come from far away. And they were speaking with, I'd say, a Jamaican accent. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think they were born in America. So I was getting a cultural experience. And it was always there. It still is always there. And in fact, I'm saving money. I'm saving time by doing this. And it seems like this is impossible. This should be the opposite, right? Everyone, when I tell them about not flying, they're like, but what about family? But what about adventure? What about, how can you be a good citizen of the world if you're not sampling all these different places? But my experience has been, I mean, if I get really into it, I feel like if I'm addicted to something and someone says, why don't you give it up? I feel like I'm losing something. But what I gain on the other side is more freedom. It's always, always more connection with people. It's always the farmers, my family, like, how do I cook this stuff? And people, gardeners. So I'm always gaining in ways that I never could have expected until I start doing it, and then it happens. And then now I've come to expect it. I know that so one time I was reading this article about most of the world does not refrigerate like we do. Most of the world ferments. And for all of history, before refrigerators, there was no refrigeration. I mean, you could use ice. And by this time I'd gone without food packaging, and now I'm not at zero, but it's been 2019. So it's been 2 years and 2 months since the last time I filled up a load of garbage. So I'm still in one load. And
let's stop there for a sec. You said you haven't thrown away garbage for 2 years.
yes.
How on earth do you manage to do that?
Well, for the ingredients that you have there, I'm not sure like you got the nutritional yeast in a I don't know, a bottle, a jar.
Yeah, exactly.
So it took me a while to find where, but I found, I didn't even know about nutritional yeast before, but I get that from a bulk food store in a bag that I bring myself. So I wouldn't have that to throw away. The lentils, I would guess, came in a bag, but I also get them from a bulk section in a bag that I bring. So my nuts, my grains, the legumes, the flours, they all come from a bulk section. And now I have them near me, but actually during the pandemic, when I was staying somewhere else, I went to the managers of the stores there and said, do you have this? And they started looking for these things, and I had to find new places. So it takes time to find what's around you. And I also come from a family, when I was a kid growing up, my parents helped form a food co-op that is now a staple of that community. So I saw the work that it takes if you live in a place that doesn't have these things, and I was willing to put in that work. The other thing is when I get from farmers markets and there's no packaging, it's fruits, vegetables. So I don't need that stuff. And it took time. I mean, I used to throw out garbage once a week, and then it was once every 2 weeks. And then it was once every 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. And it took me years to reach where it took, like the first time I went a year without packaging, without having to fill up a load of garbage. There's also a lot of things along the way. Like vinegar. I go through a fair amount of vinegar. And I just looked up how to make vinegar. And it turns out, chop apples, put them in water, let them sit. That's it. But I didn't know that until I tried it. And it's, you know, it's the first couple times it took a little more experimentation, but now if I could, there have been times when I've been talking with people on the phone and I'm just chopping away and I make a load of vinegar. I have to wait 2 weeks for it to happen, but there's nothing to throw away. And by the way, the apples that I get for making the vinegar are the bruised ones that sometimes they just give them to me for free because they're not selling the bruised apples. So there's a lot of places where, and also like seitan. So I'm vegan, so I don't eat any meat. So I didn't know about seitan before, and it always comes in packaging, but I know that it comes from wheat gluten. So I have no allergies or anything like that. See, like nothing like that. And I was at the bulk store and I saw that they had wheat gluten. I was like, I wonder if I can make this. And the first couple of times I messed it up, but then eventually, actually, let me go back a step because I actually learned how to make it from raw wheat berries that I ground up in. Anyway, I did it once and it took me like an hour or 2 hours to do it. But then I saw the flour there and I just experimented and tried it. And now I can make seitan, which normally comes in packaging, faster, quick. And this is experimentation. After that first 6 months to a year, I would look at new things, not as like, how am I going to do this? But how am I going to do this? There's a lot of talking to people, asking people how they did it. And I adopt the mindset. Before plastic, people didn't have any packaging to throw away. I mean, maybe burlap sacks. If they could do it, I can do it. Why would technology make me more dependent? If the goal is to pollute less, shouldn't I be able to pollute less? And so this mindset took a while to take root, but I expect that the more that I try, the more that I'll enjoy, the more that I'll find that I don't need these things. Now, that said, there's some things that I just simply don't have anymore. So I don't, every now and then I'll be at a friend's place and they'll have some exotic fruit that I'm not going to buy because I can't get it locally. So I'll allow myself those things, but generally I don't have those things. Some would say that my diet is less varied than it used to be because I'm not having lots of things that they do. I'm not buying packaged things. Like I haven't gotten a pizza in a long, long time. I take that back because my mom can make pizza from scratch. So we baked it in the oven there. But, you know, I almost never eat at restaurants. And some people say that have less variety. But when I go to the farmer's market and I'm seeing what's in season this week, because most of the time I'm seeing stuff I haven't seen in 10 months. So like when cherries come out in the spring, when strawberries come out in the spring, yeah, I haven't been eating them all year like other people who've been buying them in plastic containers shipped in from California. But I'm having a treat. And if you think that's less variety, I would have too. But that's not how it feels to me anymore. Now it's variety, and I don't know anyone who loves their food more than I love mine. My friends are like, Josh, you don't have to say how much you love it every single time. I'm like, I can't help it. It's hard to, when you eat a mango and it's really ripe and delicious, don't you have to say to the people around you, this is so good. I'm like that every single meal. Oh, and I got to add something else. Since I haven't had ice cream, even vegan ice cream, in a long time, my taste buds aren't used to that amount of sugar or, you know, chips, that amount of salt or that amount of fat. So over the years, I've become much more sensitive. Like I did 1 month with adding no salt to anything. And I thought I wasn't adding that much salt. But then after that month, I put in some salt again. And I was like, this is way too much, the regular amount from before. So now I put in a small fraction that I used to, and I get more salt flavor, but with less salt. Likewise, apples are like the ordinary fruit, right? That's the ordinary basic one. But to me now, if someone offered me Ben & Jerry's or an apple, I would pick the apple every time. It actually tastes to me more sweet. And the Ben & Jerry's or vegan ice cream would be overload. I can't even think of eating it right now. It's not tasteful. And deep fried stuff, not really interesting to me now.
I have to ask you a bit about this because it's not just that you want to do this for yourself, right? You also want to achieve something with your, so to say, your climate leadership here. What would you say to the world out there? Recommendations to people who think this is super interesting, which it really is, but hey, the amount of commitment that you need to have to it, is it possible, or do you have to be a superhuman such as yourself in order to make it happen?
There's
anyone-
absolutely, there's no way at the beginning, if someone had said, Josh, this is what's going to happen to you over the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, I would have said, absolutely not. That's crazy. And if someone had prescribed to me, here's the steps to take, I would have been like, and described exactly the steps I did take, I'd be like, that sounds crazy. That's too much. Each step of the way, at the beginning, it was a challenge because going without packaged food, I didn't know what to do. Going without flying, I didn't know what to do. But those two hurdles, once I did those experiments, then I had in my head, what will happen if I try this? What will happen? So that when I challenged myself when I unplugged my fridge after learning about most of the world ferments, I had no idea how to ferment. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I did know I wasn't going to die, and I could go online and figure it out. And it basically, there's stuff in my freezer that started melting right away, and I knew that I could do it. And I had to do the experiments. The first couple experiments are challenging. They are a step into the unknown of, I don't know if I can do this. Maybe it's not for me. Maybe I'm going to mess up. And going without packaged food, I happened to stumble on one that was fairly easy. I mean, I did have that gut check moment that really, I felt awful. But boiling beans is not that hard. So I was able to get out of that hole. Going without flying, I also thought was going to be a real challenge. But everything after that was just curious, like what's going to happen next? What will happen if I unplug the fridge? That attitude, I think, is something that I don't hear people talk. This is why I focus on leadership as opposed to telling people what to do, is that this mindset shift that happens is, I think, the key thing. If most people present it as hard, deprivation, it's sacrifice, it's a burden, it's a chore, as I thought at the beginning. But I've come to see it as it brings joy, it brings delicious, it brings community and connection and fun and freedom. That mindset allows me to experiment. And those experiments, I haven't shared some of the experiments that didn't go well. I've definitely, before the stews worked well, I invited people over, and sometimes I'd be like, oh, this is gonna be really good. And they're like, this tastes terrible. So it took a while. And I did have a lot of bland food for those 3 to 6 months. And yeah, I mean, there've been times I've gone on bike rides that were longer than I expected. And I was caught in the middle of nowhere with, like, I didn't know how to get home. But that was adventure. That's what I used to get with flying, but now I get it without flying. It's,
when you talk about this, it would seem to me that what you achieved is some sort of perhaps a strange word, freedom. Is that
freedom
correct?
I mean, it rolls off I used to say it brought me delicious because that was my first experience of living sustainably, or I'm not yet sustainable, but living more sustainably. But this rolls off the tongue: joy, fun, freedom, connection, community, meaning, purpose. These are what it means to me. If someone says to me, hey, if someone points out to me now, hey, Josh, did you notice this thing that you do that pollutes? I think to myself, how am I going to undo that? Because I'm not aware, I wasn't aware of it. And I want to do something about it. And I think I know that it's going to bring me joy. I know that it's going to bring me fun and freedom. And it almost certainly, it will bring me community and connection. I'll give you an example. When my CSA during the pandemic was delivering they were putting a lot of stuff in plastic bags, which I didn't want. So I asked the volunteers at the drop-off point, can we do something about this? And they're like, it's not us, you got to talk to the farm. So most people, I think, at this point would think the farm has enough trouble with dealing with how are they going to put stuff in the plastic, and now I'm going to make it more complicated with them. I kind of felt like that a bit, but I had enough faith in what I'd done before that I said, what happened was I contacted them and I said, is there any way that you can not use the plastic for at least my container for my drop off? And the guy was like, thank you so much. We don't like this plastic either, but we only get complaints from people. And so we're going with the most conservative thing to make sure that the vegetables come fresh. And I said, experiment all you want with me, use no plastic. And if it comes out wilted, you'll have no complaints from me. And the guy was like, thank you. Now we can experiment and try this stuff out. So I had this faith it's not faith because I had experience enough. It was a belief based in experience that if I connect with someone, we will connect and we will solve things together in a way that usually we can't predict ahead of time, and it usually creates friendships. So likewise with you, when I said I wasn't going to fly to Sweden, I think can we call ourselves friends? It sucks that we haven't been in person since New York, but it's going to happen.
True. It is. Either you sail here or I sail there. That's for sure. Probably you're going to be sailing over in this direction because I get seasick very easily.
It'll probably be both at different points.
Let's see about that. But by the way, I mean, like, this is interesting because now we have cooked this for the 4 minutes. I'm letting off some steam now from the pressure cooker. It's really interesting. I don't know if you can see how it's releasing steam.
I can hear it. The video's frozen for a second, but and I think you're opening it up. Oh, not yet. Okay, yeah.
What's
so it'll take
right now. That's, you know, I'm right now. I'm releasing steam only, and shortly, when that has been released, I will start to open it up and see what has happened inside.
Yeah, with any luck, it will have the amount of water is right for the beans and so forth, and you'll open it up, put the spices in and the nutritional yeast. Not yet the onions, not yet the cilantro. Those go on, fresh.
Yep.
And then you just stir those things in together, and it should taste really good just like that. Oh, and I want to mention for people watching that he put in lentils, but it could have been any legume. So it could be different types of lentils. It could be split peas. It could be red beans, black beans, kidney beans, pinto beans, navy beans, lima beans. So I can name, dozens of types of lentils or legumes. And the carrots could be any starchy vegetable. They add a little bit of sweetness. So it could be sweet potatoes or beets or squashes. So many types of those as well. And he put in broccoli, but it could be any green leafy vegetable. So it could be chard or kale. It could be spinach. It could be Brussels sprouts. It could be broccoli. It could be kale. And I can name like 5, 10 different types of kale. So with each different type of, say there's 20 types of each of those things, 3 combinations, 20 times 20 times 20 is almost 1,000 varieties. I've probably never had the same stew twice, even though I'm doing the same thing every time. And if you had put in, say, black beans instead of red lentils, it would be a very different stew, even though the same process.
Okay, let's see here now. So here it has cooked. There's still some water in. That's because I did a sloppy measurement. But let's pour this one in.
Yep.
Here goes the spices.
And then, yeah, so I usually use, actually, it's really good even if you don't put any spices in, just the nutritional yeast. But I keep reading that turmeric is very healthy. And so I put in turmeric, and then cumin just seems to go really well with turmeric, but you could go instead with basil. And, if you want to go more for an Italian feel, you could do basil and oregano, or, whatever spices you want. Here, we wouldn't put any cardamom, but that could be really good in there. Anyway, lots of different spices go in, lots of different herbs. And when I get different things in season, like dill was really good in there.
Yep.
But this one is like the most basic. It's going to have like a bit of an Indian feel, I think, because of the turmeric and the cumin.
Probably that's the case. Okay, so let me. Okay, do I then garnish this on the plate or in the bowl?
Yeah, I would put that. I would spoon that into a bowl and then put the onions and cilantro and nuts on top. And then then I would eat.
Yeah, I'll do that, and I'll put the mic down for a second here. This means you will still hear me, Josh, but the audience won't. Let's see here what's happening. Here, we spoon this up into a bowl.
You're making me hungry.
Yeah, makes me hungry too.
So now on top of the stew, as I mentioned, it's a legume, a green leafy vegetable, a starchy vegetable. Put that in the pressure cooker for the amount of time that the legume requires. And then on top, onions. I always I like onions in there. Those I can find 12 months out of the year. And nuts, because I used to put in olive oil, but then I found I didn't have to put in any oil because I don't like refined stuff. So I put nuts on top instead, and any nuts will do. So it looks like you probably have almonds, but I put in peanuts and cashews and Brazil nuts and whatever. And then whatever, and then whatever vegetables are in season, if any, that are going to be crunchy. Or so like I like to put on, when they're in season, red peppers, but I'll put in yellow peppers or red peppers or orange peppers or green peppers. Tomatoes are really good. Cucumber. And then it works every time. And then salt and pepper to taste. Yep.
Yeah. Cool. Numa, come here. This is my assistant, my daughter also, Numa. You have to be my taster here. Let's try this out. Let's take a couple of pictures first. This is super important because this is I'm such a great chef. Oh my God, how good I am at cooking. Or at least plating. We'll see how this turns out once you actually eat it. This is going to be interesting. You always need to carry a guinea pig or bring a guinea pig to these events, and in order not to be harmed in some sort of family feud, I bring my own daughter. I think that's I have 3 of them, so I have one. I can spare one of them. Yes, now you can eat. Now you can try this. Okay. Might be slightly hot, so let's see here. This was delicious, right? Yeah. This is good. This is good.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Now that it's good, he takes it from her.
Yeah. Now I can go ahead and try.
And now I can see that the pressure cooker is barely full. So if you could do the same thing and fill it all the way up, and then you'd have 10 meals worth of food in just the same amount of time, which is what I do. And then I eat, the next meal is 30 seconds preparation because I just eat it.
Let's have some more. Yes, absolutely. This is not, I can assure you, this is not going to go to waste. That's for sure. This is wonderful. Give it to me. You can have it back in a second. But George, I'm actually truly amazed because this is such a simple recipe, and it's really, really good.
Yeah, and I think of it as more as a formula because you can do it. You can do the same thing. Like if you'd put in black beans or split peas, you would not have identified it as the same recipe, but it would be completely different.
Yeah.
And carrots. If you put in with that mix right there. With carrots, I like to put in ginger, chop up some ginger and put it in.
So some garlic, maybe even.
Yeah, and the garlic I don't pressure cook. I put it in after, so I put it in fresh. And garlic. Actually, turmeric. If you can get turmeric root, as opposed to the powder, is really good because the powder gives it kind of bitterness that the root is more sweet.
No, I agree with you. No, and I guess I could use some seasoning oil on top of like a dill oil or something like that in order to enhance it further, or perhaps even grate some cheese.
Yeah, if you're not vegan like me, then you can put cheese would go well on top. Also, avocados are really good on top as well because they make it really creamy. Coconut. So there's lots of different because there's very little fat in there. Except the nuts are the only source of it. So other things that put in fat will make it taste richer.
I guess I also could, start out by sauteing some of the vegetables in some olive oil.
Generally, the pressure cooking is once you pressure cook something, if you saute it first, it undoes if you saute it gets lost anyway.
Okay, it does. Okay. Well,
on the other hand, if you put in for different textures, if you put in, like what I could have said was save some of the broccoli and put it in after the cooking so that right now it's very hot. So if you put in spinach right now, it would get the spinach. The spinach doesn't need cooking.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Or if you did like bok choy right now or celery, then they would give it that crunch. So there's lots of things to do to add textures in. And by the way, how do I know about that? Because I was making them just like this for a long time. And I served some to my mom and she was like, well, it tastes good, but the texture, you know, it's just the same texture every time. And that hint from my mom pointed me in the direction of all the toppings afterward and to find different alternatives.
Super interesting. So I think, you know, Josh, our time is up, unfortunately, but we managed to do two things: cook an exquisite meal and also at the same time have this conversation about you and your experiences in the world of sustainable living. And I thank you a million times over for taking your time in order to come and join the Swedish Pavilion here at the Expo in Dubai. It is by far the most sustainable pavilion, even though you might wonder sometimes if it's a sustainable thing to do an expo. But hey, we're here to showcase sustainability in order to hopefully transform the lives of people. And I'm sure you have transformed lives of many people today, Josh, both here in the pavilion and for those of you who have been watching this on YouTube. Thanks again, Josh, and see you soon again.
I thank you for the opportunity and making me hungry.
The best.
Bye.
När ska vi So, folks here in the pavilion, welcome to the Swedish Pavilion, where we are broadcasting live from the stage to the world, having discussions on the topic of how to build a sustainable and healthy next generation food system. So we're not here to sell Swedish products necessarily. We're here to showcase interesting insights from all around the world regarding how to build the next gen food system, because that's something we really would like to do in Sweden. And then, of course, take those findings and give them to the world so we can see where we're heading. And I'll be on stage soon, accompanied by Paul Newnham from the Chef's Manifesto. And actually, we'll be very impolite towards you guys, because we will be looking into the camera over there, because that's where all the audiences are out there in the world. But I'm sure you'll be able to see us up on this quite huge screen if you want to see our pretty faces. Otherwise, you can just listen into it and then see where this takes us. Before, you know, Paul can come up on stage anytime you want. There's the formal introduction is the following. Hey, here comes Paul Newnham from the Chef's Manifesto. So good to have you here, Paul.
Great to be here. Absolutely great to be here.
Please take a seat. I mean, like, we use stumps here for chairs. That's what we do in Sweden.
Yeah.
No one uses chairs. We cut down a tree and we make a stump if we want to sit on something. And Paul, you'd have to introduce yourself, but I must just say, I think you're one of the most brilliant people I've ever met, because you've managed to get all the chefs in the world together around the question of sustainability. That's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so great to be here in Sweden.
Yes, you're in Sweden now.
I'm in Sweden. Is this from Sweden?
This is from Sweden. It's a forest from Sweden, actually.
A forest from Sweden. So great to be here at Expo Dubai 2020, and to be here with my good friend from Sweden, talking about sustainability, which is something that we've done in Sweden, in Stockholm, over the years. But it's great to be here. My name's Paul Newnham, involved in advocacy around sustainable development goals, around good food for all. And also we have helped connect chefs around the world to sustainability, as you said, and it's not an easy task.
It's not an easy.
You run a very big food tech group and engage with chefs. It isn't easy, is it?
It's not easy, but then again, if you can get the chefs to move, those are the true professors of food, the ones who really know something about food these days. Because let's face it, most of us don't know anything about food. We barely even touch food these days. It just comes in a package on the back of a scooter. And but the chefs really sit with the initiative and all the answers. I mean, mind you, we've been speaking about this fact that most of us only eat 12 plants and 5 animals. That's 75% of the planet's calories. And you need knowledge in order to dig deeper into the richness of nature. And that knowledge sits with the chefs.
Yeah, I mean, the world has about 30,000 edible ingredients. Who knows? There's probably more. But that's what they say, 30,000. And we don't really engage with the majority of them. And yet the world is very diverse. There's so much interest in food. And we have to think about, how do we do that? And chefs are unique because they work closely with farmers. They work with the food that comes from the ground, that's grown, that's raised, and then they turn it into these beautiful creations on a plate. And when you see that, it enables you to have your imagination open. It enables you to think about some of the other bigger issues around water, around nutrition, around climate change, because you can make choices around eating this or eating that. And there's so many ingredients that are very sustainable, that use less water. For example, can I give an example?
Sure, absolutely. Please go ahead.
You know, an example is, a lot of the crops that we eat a lot of, for example, rice, a lot of corn, a lot of wheat, and they're very energy intensive crops to grow. They use a lot of water, they use a lot of energy. But there's other crops that are more ancient grains or traditional grains in different parts of the world. Things like millets, the family of millets. And these millets they use about 1/5 less water, 1/5.
Yep.
So in a dry climate, we're in the desert here, You know, millets, you would be wanting to grow something like millets, not something like rice. And they're also much better for you. So they also have a higher density of nutrition, and they're able to give you that nutrient density. And chefs, you know, are able to help make that delicious and then bring that back in. And that creates market and enables us to really diversify our diet.
Exactly. And I think this is so beautiful when it comes to the chefs, because when you look at the world today, you know, if we want to make change happen for real, it cannot just be more sustainable or healthier, because that's sometimes boring as well, right? So you have to make it delicious at the same time. And that's where the chefs really come in. And also that means that the chefs have a new role, not just to be in the kitchen and cooking food for us, but advocating for the stuffs we can do out there. And you've built an entire global network with chefs doing exactly that.
Yeah, so there's a lot of chefs that are doing in their restaurants, in their catering companies, in their houses, on TV, in all different places, are doing things around sustainability. There's many in Sweden, many that we've met that are, you know, doing amazing things. But what we did was we started to think about how do we connect them. And the reason is, just like Expo, when you go and walk around a place like this, when you travel around the world, you get different perspectives, and perspectives matter. And so it's the same for chefs. We connected them to one another so they can learn from one another. They can share ideas, but we created a framework based on the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN and every country in the world adopted in 2015 that helps to set a narrative to actually connect what chefs do in their kitchens. So it's things like ingredients grown with respect for the earth and its oceans, valuing natural resources, ensuring nutritious food is available for all. These kinds of issues chefs are working on in different ways. And what we've done is connect them into a framework and then a network, a community that enables them to share ideas and share tips. And we've got some here at Expo, and they've been talking. Last night, we actually had dinner in the desert at the largest organic farm in the UAE, in the middle of the desert, in what they call sweet sand. So it's sand that doesn't have the same salt in it. And we sat with the farmer and we sat with the chefs. We looked around the farm, we pulled some ingredients. We then sat down and we ate a meal together and we talked. We talked about the food system. We talked about sustainability. We talked about what people can do. What are the challenges? And there was so much that came up.
Yeah, I heard about that dinner actually. I connected with Anita. You know, by the way, what a wonderful moderator she is on stage as well, talking about the new roles for chefs. And she told me about this farm, and it totally resonated because it's a hyper biodiversity farm where you grow a lot of stuff together. And mind you, if you do that, if you walk away from the monocultures of today's practices towards biodiversity farming, then you need to know not just how to grow things, but also how to cook the stuff that comes out of the soil. And that requires chefs, really, really good chefs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this farm had 60 different ingredients growing. And if you think about what most people's diets are, that's a huge amount. And so we were working around it. What's this? And how do you eat this? And somebody was like doing it. So all this kind of stuff's really fascinating, actually. And chefs have this power of kind of being really creative about really asking questions about ingredients, and then they make you want to eat them. So you look at it and you go, I really like that. But if you described it to me, I would go, and then you see it and you go, and your eyes connect, your nose connects, and then your taste connects. And I think this is so important for sustainability, is that we make it delicious. And I know this is something that you are really passionate about.
Oh yeah, no, it has to be delicious. And to be honest, sometimes when I'm in a bad mood, of course, I like people to cook in their homes, but sometimes I meet people and say, hey, someone should steal the keys from you to the kitchen. So you shouldn't be allowed to go anywhere near ingredients or stovetop or anything like that, because you just ruin things. And then, you know, it's perhaps better for you to have proper chefs cook for you. That will be, you know, more diverse food, better nutrition in your food, probably also less waste, because you only throw away really shitty and crappy food. The good food, you make sure that you consume, and that's the food that comes from chefs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, and chefs are so great at kind of being creative on that food as well. Like, how do you create things out of using whole vegetables, of thinking about the whole ingredient. And I think, you know, it's imagination. And I know you do a lot on food tech, and imagination is so important around this, because without an imagination, without us thinking about the world, we're in the sustainability district at Expo. We're thinking about that, but we need to also think about regeneration, about how do we take it forward. And I think technology can play a key role.
Technology can definitely play a key role in helping us understand what comes out of the soil and also what to do with it. Because to be honest, you know, if we face something that we haven't seen before, I mean, like, you know, we don't know what to do. We don't know what it tastes like. We don't know how to cook it, and then we shy away from it. So if technology could step in and help us understand that, that would be a great asset for all of us. And, you know, I think technology to some extent can help us push towards a better future by letting us understand more about nature and ourselves. But then we need the interpreters between nature and man, and that's chefs. I mean, it's interesting because we toyed around an idea some years ago that was if we train every child to become a chef, what would the world look like? And I'm sure it would look better than today.
There would be a lot of creativity, and I think a lot of appreciation for the effort and energy that goes into making really good food. And I think people would value food. They value the produce from farmers in a way that really respects it. And I think that respect, you know, we've had some conversations over the last few days, and respect is really important. And I think we need that for our food.
Yeah, we need respect, and we also need to respect the people farming it and the people cooking it. And I mean, like what we talk about today, when I said I'm an economist, so I tend to see things from the boring side of life. But when I look at food, I see, yeah, it's cheap, but it's really expensive too, because the costs of food is what we're really paying dearly for right now in terms of climate havoc or the galloping health crisis that we have. And if we had more chefs around us, we probably would have neither of those two. So how come chefs aren't appreciated to their full value?
So I think I don't know why they're not appreciated. I mean, we do engage with them a lot on media. We do appreciate sort of some chefs, but then we don't appreciate all chefs. And I think this is because they're behind the scenes. It's the same reason, you know, there's all this stuff goes and we get food, we don't know where it comes from. And then we go, okay, somebody did that somewhere. Yeah. And so I think it's understanding food as part of a system, understanding what goes into that system. What's the journey of food? Yeah. I mean, this would be fascinating technology to help show us that journey, where you could, before you're allowed to eat, you have to watch the journey of where that food started. You see where it comes from the farm, you get it, and then would you appreciate it differently? I know being at a farm yesterday, the food that we ate was coming from the ground right there, prepared in the kitchen by the chefs. You appreciate everything.
You do, and I think there was at your event today, this great conference that I also visited, there was this call for, you know, how can we respect the farmers and appreciate them to the fullest, and also how can we respect and appreciate the chefs to the fullest. And somewhere here says that, yeah, in order to do that, we need some systemic change. And you know, I really don't know exactly where to begin, but have you found any magic bullets here, how to respect the farmers and the chefs more? Because that's something that we deeply need.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find magic bullets. We're always got to look for them, but it is hard. I would say the first part is that respect. It's actually acknowledging them. So when you look at ingredients, holding them and not looking at them, you know, often we sit eating.
Or taking photos of the food.
Well, sometimes we're taking photos, but sometimes we're shoveling food in, and we don't actually appreciate it. We don't go and visit a farm. We don't go and go out to the kitchen and say thank you. And when you start to see those live ingredients, it changes your dynamic, because you realize the difference between really great food, really great ingredients, and average, you know.
Yeah.
And so you appreciate the effort that's gone in, the energy and all of that. And I think that's really important.
I think you're absolutely right. And another thing that I've noticed recently is like, so for the past for history, chefs were in the kitchen somewhere downstairs, right? And served food to the mighty and the powerful. And then chefs gradually attained some sort of a cult status or superhero status. And what I've noticed now with a lot of chefs out there, they're starting to lift the farmers, the fishermen, the producers of food. So they're pulling them along in such a, kind of dynamic duo of realization for most of us that food actually comes from somewhere. It's grown by someone, it's cooked by someone, and without us, hey, what would you be?
Exactly. And I think it's these relationships is probably the magic bullet. Building relationships around food, getting to know where you get your food from, who prepares it, how did it even get there? Like transport's a whole nother area that people don't even think about. Unless you're living in a farm in a rural, if you're in a city, food comes from someone. And during COVID and the shutdowns, that got broken. And all of a sudden, food not on shelves.
Exactly.
It was in the farm, but it was not on shelves. So we've got to celebrate the different components of the system and really look at how do we engage with them.
Yeah, and we also need to I think we fundamentally need to redesign the system, because hey, no matter how much we talk about appreciating chefs, appreciating farmers, there's a big system out there saying, yeah, I don't care about if you grow heritage grains because I just want to have standard wheat because that's what I can make spaghetti out of. And hey, you customer out there, I don't care what you want because this is what I'm selling to you. So I think we need to have a systematic approach to this. And, I don't know exactly what to do with, but I think it has something to do with price and costs. If we could put the right price tag, so to say, on food that makes us, fat and miserable, or on the opposite side of it, give subsidies, happiness, health, the joy of food. Can we appreciate that also, not just in, words, but also in monetary terms? I think that's necessary for things to change.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, there is a lot of interest now growing in food. But what we need to do is then use that to educate people. We need to educate them in a way that they can then put that true value. Because at the moment, people want cheap food. They go looking for cheap food. But food's not cheap. There's a lot of energy, a lot of information, a lot of time, that goes into it. So we have to think about that.
We do. And I think it's also time for chefs also to understand their new roles. I had a conversation with a Swedish chef called Marcus Samuelsson in New York,
Great guy.
Yeah, he's a fantastic guy about a year ago. And of course, COVID hit, everyone left New York, and he was sitting there with a stranded restaurant. I don't know if that is a term for it, but a restaurant that wasn't open. And he started cooking for the first responders, the ambulance drivers, the nurses. And he said, yeah, this has changed my view on who I am. I realized I'm not a chef, I'm a community leader.
Wow.
That's
amazing.
It is, right? And I think to me, that's the true role of a chef, not being a chef, but being a leader of the society.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, we talk about, this and that is the first prime minister of its sort. When will we have the first chef that's a prime minister or a president?
Well, I think it's possible. And I know in Peru, I was there, and
Gaston is basically the president. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
There are countries where I think, chefs are very well known and very loved. And I think, it's only time.
It's only time. Okay, very good, Paul. And time is out for now. It's been excellent to have you here, Paul. The 20 minutes just flew by, and I look forward to the next conversation I can have with you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me here in Sweden.
In Sweden. And please make sure to check out the Chef's Manifesto.
Thank you. Is that all right?
That's perfect. Good. Oh, so care. Bye for now. See you around. So, folks, that was a great talk I had with Paul Newnham of the Chef's Manifesto on the role of chefs in society and as agents of change for the future of food and planet. To all of you here, newcomers here in the pavilion, you're in the Swedish Pavilion, but you're also out there in the big world, because this is basically a studio where we're sending live on YouTube from this little tiny part of Sweden here at Expo 2020. And we're bringing in friends from near and afar in order to discuss what's needed in order to fix the food system or to develop it further. And my name is Johan Jörgensen. I'm one of the founders of Sweden Food Tech. And I have here today one of my great idols, actually, and super chefs of Sweden, none else than Martin Berg. Martin, you're live. You see me and you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, that's you hear me. Okay, lovely. We can all see you because you're on a 5 times 10 meter screen. So your face is enormous, gigantic, and we can see every pore in your face. I don't know if that is good or bad, but it's no, I don't see any. So so it's good to see you here, Martin, for a discussion on the role of chefs and your journey. Because you've taken the journey from 2-star Michelin to a cafe. How come?
Well, I mean, yeah, first of all, thank you for having me on this, and very humble words from you that I'm an idol. That's nice. It's you and my daughter.
Oh, that's fair. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, cool. All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the journey for me, I've been working in the business for, I mean, I started after culinary school when I was 17 years old. And then, of course, I had a goal to be a sous chef in a good restaurant. That was my goal. And then I see, hopefully maybe my music career would kick in by then. But yeah, the music career hasn't kicked in yet. I still play a little bit of music, but I think the chef career more have kicked in. Then, I mean, what's taken me, and also the shift from my previous career at being an executive chef at Michelin restaurants, is the curiosity, I think, that you never get, I mean, fully taught or so. You're always interested in something new. And I think that is one of my driving forces in my life, but also, of course, with my work, since that is a big part of my life, and the greatest interest, also cooking. And then, of course, I mean, seeing what's happening in the world, and then also it comes to a point and like, okay, what can I do? I mean, in this shift that we're in, to help out and affect both people, but other businesses as well, with being an inspiring and driving force in my profession.
That's very kindly put. And you are, of course, I mean, like, you're writer of cookbooks and extensive speaker at various events, a name in the sector generally, but you're also these days heading up something called Arket, their entire cafe movement, which is a part of the H&M empire. What made you take the step from a fantastic restaurant to a cafe chain? Was it just curiosity, or was there something else to it?
No, not only curiosity, of course not, but also when this came up, I mean, when H&M came and asked if we could help them develop a kind of a food concept or so that would go with their new brand that they were going to launch, which was supposed to be, or is, a modern day market. And I mean, it's a clothing store and the brand, and it has, I mean, clothing, interior design, and so on. But every physical store should have something to do with food, and so like a food outlet. And for me, that was kind of or super interesting. Also, like one of the biggest retailers in the world comes and asks you to create a concept. And also I saw the opportunity there to do it like in a sustainable and modern way. And also that what triggers me a lot then was to how can we use this platform to inspire even more people? Because I was kind of, I mean, at that time I was the executive chef at working with the chef colleague called Mattias Dahlgren, dear friend of mine. And I mean, we worked together for 15 years. Then we had this 2-star restaurant and a 1-star restaurant and this small hipster bakery. And we were doing super good. Also like, the cooking we were doing, inspiring people, other chefs and so on that visited the restaurants. But also then I wanted to kind of reach more. How can I reach more people with my knowledge and to have a greater effect? And then, I mean, being a part of this that I'm doing now, we have launched during the pandemic, which is, I mean, quite fantastic teamwork. We launched in Korea, in China, and in Russia. And then, of course, our biggest platform is in Europe.
So
but
how many countries?
Excuse me?
How many countries these days?
I don't know how maybe it's 7 or 8. Sorry, the pandemic has gotten me bad.
It's gotten more people. I can tell
Yeah,
you.
we have 25 stores now, and then I mean, of course, we are online in many more markets, and we also communicate with food there under the food section quite a lot.
Yeah, I must ask you kind of a personal, kind of an obnoxious question, because when I heard that you were starting up a cafe chain for H&M Group, I said, okay, they must have paid Martin shitloads of money to be a sellout, because is this going to be good or not? I didn't think this was going to be anything else than just adding loads and loads and loads of food, prefabricated food to their stores in order to ride on the food wave. But I think you proved me utterly wrong here. And because they gave you kind of free limits here to express yourself.
Yeah, in a way, but I mean the cafe concept is rooted a lot in the mission as a whole for the brand, to inspire people to make good choices, and of course, I mean there is a business part in it that has to be profitable to be able to run a business. But I wouldn't say completely free hands. There's a lot of things with the cafe that actually ticks the box with what we want to achieve as a brand. Then of course, I mean, yeah, they pay me good money. That's nice. But I think also it's the curiosity and the drive and also the thing that to take responsibility and be able to, okay, what more can I do with my skills and so on when it comes to cooking? Because that can be a bit limited in a fine dining kitchen, but it's also very, I mean, it's scary, but it's also very interesting to, okay, how can I use them to be able to make this food chain to our cafes work? Because it's not that easy. I mean, we spread out in 25 cafes around the world. It would be much easier to have 25 cafes in Stockholm and a central kitchen. But then to be able to cook in a smart way and also get the good gastronomical effect in the cafe, because everything has to be cooked in the cafes. It's tricky and I mean, it requires some skills, I would say, and a great teamwork as well.
Yeah, and tell me, what is it that you have contributed? What is it that you have done at Market Cafe that is different from, say, other cafe chains?
I mean, first of all, this summer we're celebrating 5 years since launch. And I mean, 5 years ago and even longer back when we started to I mean, skis on the concept, the first thing was like, okay, it should be vegetarian. We have to inspire more people to eat plant-based food. That was kind of the baseline with that. But that, I mean, 5 years ago, and then to launch a cafe, which will become a chain then I mean, since we have like 25 stores now, to only do vegetarian. There wasn't that many that does that, and a lot of people say, oh no, this is impossible. You have to have like a Caesar salad where you have to have chicken, seafood, and I was more like, first of all, we don't have to have anything. We have to have something because we need to sell something in the cafe, but we decide what to do, and then I think the customers will accept this, and they are going to long for this further down the line. And what we see now is that a lot of cafes and also restaurant chains, they're into a change now as well, to focus more on the plant-based food, which is the way to go forward. Not saying that we should stop eating meat and so, it just have to be more like proportional and balanced in a way.
So the vegan, that's of course something you did early on, but you also did some innovation when it came to the processes in order to make sure that you have an outstanding quality in all your cafes out there.
Yeah, I mean,
of the bake-off, of course, which I'm thinking mainly of bake-off, which I think is one of the horrible editions of bread that's out there, and where you did actually some mind-blowing, at least to me, innovations.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that process, how we have to work in a way with, kind of a bake-off in the cafe. I know also, I mean, that word is very probably negative loaded, but then I looked at the process and like, okay, but this could be done in a much better way. First of all, we need to switch all the ingredients, and then we started to use the same ingredients as I've used prior in the fine dining restaurants when it comes to grains and legumes, for example, because it's still kind of a cheap produce. So it's not super expensive to use, even though you go with the best mills and so. And then I just went and asked them, like, okay, are you able to scale up a little bit to be on this journey with us and try it in a totally different way than only the small bakeries and so, and then kind of try more modern ways of working with this, and also so you can reach a lot more people with better quality. And I mean, it was early on when we tested stuff, and also the bakeries that we used, the kind of bigger bakeries, they were super surprised when the result came out, like, wow, this is really, really good. And for me, it was more like, I mean, if you put bad shit in the oven, the only thing that's going to come out is just warm bad shit. So let's change that to good stuff instead. And sometimes it's not super hard, and yes, it is a little bit more expensive, but it's totally worth it. And also when you see, I mean, the customers' faces when they taste it, like, wow, this is really, really good. Like, the first thing we switched was to go with super good ingredients in it.
Exactly. It's as you say, a super good ingredient is always almost always, at least, unless I'm cooking it, a really, really good result. Because some of these industrial processes that we have invented in and around food aren't necessarily bad. It's just been throwing really bad ingredients into them. So to me, that was mind-boggling, actually. And what else have you started to invent in and around the cafe? I tasted a cinnamon bun once upon a time that I found really, really good. I couldn't believe there was no butter in it.
Now, reaching out, if we talk about our savory menu, I mean, the salty food, we serve salads and then some type of wraps and sandwiches and so. 50% of that is totally plant-based, so vegan, but we don't really say that on the menu. It's just like, and I think that's one key thing. You just have to first make really delicious stuff that people think is good, and always remember that taste is king. It doesn't matter how, well, maybe if you're in a space station or something, and then you just have to eat to survive 30 days, then you can eat whatever maybe, but I'm sure they also will appreciate something that tastes really, really good. But to get the customers to come back, and so it has to be really, really taste really good, not only be a cool thing. That's super important to remember. And also we tried, as you say, with the cinnamon bun and our pastries to do a vegan version, and that is equally good. And some people say like, oh, this is actually better than the other one, and so. But it's fun also to go into those kind of things that you have never done in the kitchen before, because it's quite easy to buy the best blood pigeon in the world, fly it in, and just cook it very carefully and so. But yeah, to challenge yourself and go into processes that you've never been through before, and also question old ways of doing it. Same as we did with the bake-off thing. We've done that also with the legumes, where we also create, we work with Nordisk Råvara, which work with all heritage legumes. And then we ship them to our cafes and so dried, and then cook them and make all kinds of stuff with them. And also we make like a central hummus and use as a base in the cafe for a lot of our sandwiches and salads, and also for a soup.
This also means then that when you start working with these really good producers of grains, it doesn't really mean that you have a super, far higher cost of the ingredients, but it means that you have a far better end product. Do you think we are starting to see the end of the time when people are saying, yeah, no, I don't care about what the wheat tastes like, I just want it cheaper? Are you leading now a revolution towards better ingredients for these chains? Do you think that will spread?
I hope so. And I know we've been up in talks when boards of other chains have had examples of where to move, and I know our name has been there. So then I get super happy, because that is one of my missions as well, to inspire other people, and also not only customers in the store or so to make good choices, but also other companies to see, okay, there is a demand for this and people will pay for this. And it's also interesting when, I think cost-wise, you have to see one thing, that if you don't pay the right money or the right for crops or food or so, it costs someplace else that you don't see. And that is very important to remember when you make choices like as you say, like, okay, this super cheap grain from, I don't know where it comes from. And so it costs maybe on soil, it costs on labor, someplace else.
Yes, and it would also cost the overall brand if you're building an integrated brand that stands for a good life, as you're doing at Arket. It's a sustainable, good design, good life type of brand. Then, of course, you cannot have bad products. So the next time you go to a cafe that has a really bad bread, you can be sure that the clothes in the clothing department also are bad. I think that's the type of association we're actually starting to see more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. And that people actually are taking responsibility in those questions for real.
Yes, we only have a few more minutes, but I would like you to comment a bit about the new cookbook that just came out. I'm so sorry I couldn't bring it here to the Expo, and just pile it up here for everyone to have it, because I really think it's a great example of what the next generation cookbook is. It's not just recipes, it's also the philosophy part of it that I think is the most tantalizing. So why did you make such a book?
I mean, as it says in my Instagram profile, chef on a mission, and that also what I've been talking about, that kind of drives me to do what I'm doing and take my knowledge to be a part, and how can I use that to make a change? And like, okay, we need to listen to scientists and then act upon those reports that comes out, for example, like the Eat Lancet report and so. And that is actually what the Arket Cafe is based upon, like how we should eat and eat more of in the world. And then we were talking about, okay, because we made a book a couple of years ago with Arket as well in 2018 with some simple home recipes, also vegetarian. But then we were like, okay, but let's make this one about the Arket Cafe and what we stands for. And actually it's made also for internal education and information. Like everybody that starts working at Arket should read that book and see like, okay, this is what Arket Cafe is about. This is why we care so much about food. Then also to be able to take the same information and so and share that. And as you said before, when we're talking about inspiration for other cafes or chains or so, it's kind of like, okay, this is how we do it in order to help out, to make a change and inspire people. And I mean, there's a lot of things that you can actually take from there. And I mean, feel free to use it as much as you want to in order to make some good change.
Let's do that. And sorry, I couldn't bring, as I said, the book here, but if people are interested, can they find the cookbook online somewhere, or at least the inspirations around it?
Yes, you can buy it online at arket.com, and then click on the cookbook. It comes up there, and then also you can read more about Arket in the food section there, what the cafe is all about. And there we also share the first cookbook's recipes.
That's lovely.
Feel free to download that.
Go ahead, folks, and download to your heart's desire. Thanks a million. We have a question here from the audience. I'll just move over here with the microphone.
I was asking, can you hold it up on the screen again?
Can you hold it up on the screen again? There they are. So yes, folks, take a screenshot of that, and looking forward to seeing you soon again, Martin, and thanks for all your good work. Bye for now.
Thank you, and the same. Bye-bye.
So, folks, that was the great Martin Burke from Arket and the Mattias Dahlgren restaurant previously, one of our great chefs in Sweden. We now have, I think, a short 5-minute break before talking about, let's call it, sustainability in practice with Richard from Basque. Stay put, come back. You ready? Okay, folks, welcome back to the main stage here in the Sweden Pavilion or Swedish Pavilion at Expo 2020 in Dubai, where we talk about the next-gen food system with friends from near and afar. And some of them come into that soon, and some of them actually come in purpose. I mean, here I have Richard Becks from Orbis, which I think is a super cool tech company showcasing what you can do in order to reduce food waste. I think, Richard, it's best that you take it from here.
Thank you. I will. Welcome, everybody. My name is Richard. And most of you will probably recognize this picture. This picture was taken this morning at my hotel at the breakfast buffet. And unfortunately, this is not the only place where that happened, because this happens every day in every hotel all over the world. Because this was the end of the breakfast buffet. So all of this food went into the waste bin and was not eaten by us, by human beings. Yes? And that's why we built Orbis. And we fight food waste. And why do we fight food waste? Worldwide, 1/3 of all food produced is wasted. So it's never eaten by us as human beings. A land the size of China is needed every year, every single year, to produce all of the food that we never eat. Worldwide, that is the estimate loss in money is close to $1,000 billion yearly. In the Arab Emirates, the estimated cost of food waste only is 13 billion dirhams every single year again. Of course, that's quite high because a lot of food here is being imported from other countries. Food waste in the Arab Emirates is even higher than in the other parts of the world, than in Europe or in the US. Quickly. If you look at the impact of food waste only, an average kilo of food waste is the equivalent to 4.5 kilograms of CO2. And it takes about 7,000 liters of water to produce that single kilo of food. And maybe even more important or less important, it costs about $6 on average to buy or produce that single kilo of food. Food waste in hospitality, 50% of all food waste occurs in hospitality. So in restaurants, kitchens, hotels, corporate catering. With an impact on the world of over 100 billion kilograms of food that is not being eaten and thrown away in hospitality. Of course, there's no one type of hospitality institution. If the better you have insights into what your guests eat and how many guests you will have, the less food waste, of course, you will have. So in a corporate catering environment where most of the companies have a very good idea on how many people come to their venue and what they eat, food waste is less, about 5 to 10%. But if you look at buffets, hotel buffets, sometimes we have seen at actual locations, 50% of all food that they bought ended up in the waste bin. A lot of people think that most food waste occurs from a plate, so from a guest's plate. That's not what's happening. 70% of all food waste never even ends up on a plate. So it is thrown away even before it ends up on the plate. So from the kitchen, in logistics, on the buffet, prepared but never served to a guest. Luckily, of course, we have a solution. Orbi gives you control over your food waste. You can click. This is the chef, and the chef to us is a hero. Because the chef is always busy making the best dishes for his guests. So every day, every week, every time again, if you drill it down, he does the same pattern. Based on his menu, based on his guests, he will buy and plan all of his food. He gets the food delivered. He will prepare it, and eventually he will serve it to his guests. And then throw it away, of course. And normally that is where the circle ends, because he doesn't have insights into what ends up in the waste bin. And typical restaurant has 10 to maybe even 50 people working in the kitchen, and they all throw away a lot of food. By outfitting their waste bin with our Orbi machine, we can help him with this final step. And if you click again, with this final step, we can help him optimize the whole rest of the process. Oh, you can click, it's fine. And this is how it looks like. So it's as easy as that. I can demonstrate it here on stage. This is our food waste monitor. And it's as simple as this. So every time somebody throws away food, it can be from a plate, it can be from a preparation bin, or from a tray, it doesn't matter. Every time they throw away a food item, they take a picture and they throw it away. And with that half a second, we have all the information we need. Because in this system, there's a smart camera combined with a skill below the waste bin. And with cutting edge image recognition technology, we can identify which food items were on the plate or on the tray. So in this case, bell pepper prepared filled. By giving him insights into this data in an actionable dashboard, we can provide him with information where he can better optimize his processes. So in essence, buy less food because he doesn't want to throw away as much food as he did. If you look at the locations where we start, a typical restaurant or typical hotel, when we start, they throw away somewhere between 40 and 100 kilos of food waste. Those are sometimes 1, but sometimes even 4 or 5 of these waste bins fully packed with only food waste. By giving them the information we provide them, they can save at least 50 to 70%. And of course, make a huge impact on profitability, but also sustainability. Because what you see here, they can save up to 50,000 kilograms of CO2. We're a Dutch startup. We're currently only active in Europe, in a few countries, and of course, looking to scale up. And this is the impact we are hoping to make in the next couple of years. So we want to save at least 30 million kilograms of food waste, because that is our mission. So if you can click to the final slide, that's our mission. We're Basque, and we're here to fight food waste and to help hospitality institutions with our technology to save a lot of food waste. Thank you.
Yeah, a big round of applause for Richard and his team and how they help save food in the world. I mean, this is kind of staggering. It's like 20 to 50% on a buffet dinner. That's ridiculous. And I mean, like, how much could a restaurant owner make? I mean, that must be, I can't even fathom the numbers. I mean, it must be a lot of money and right straight down to the bottom line.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're paying for this. We're paying for the excess food that is on the breakfast buffet. And that's why it most of the times costs a lot of money to have a breakfast buffet. And it can be a lot cheaper for us, but it can also be much more profitable for the restaurant holder or the hotel holder.
Okay, so when I go to my breakfast buffet at the hotel, I pay something, I don't know how many dirhams I do, maybe 70 dirhams or something like that. That means I pay double amount. It should really cost me 35. Yeah. So how come chefs are supposed to know so much about food? How come they throw so much away?
Oh, I mean, you cannot blame the chef. I mean, the chef is very busy. He's a hospitality person. He wants to provide his guests with nice and comfortable food. And we're talking about, of course, the medium, bigger size venues with 100 to 500 people there eating every day. So a normal hotel here. He doesn't stand next to the waste bin the whole day. There are like 40, 50 people throwing a food into the waste bin, and he doesn't see that on a daily basis.
He doesn't realize it.
He doesn't realize it. No.
Okay, interesting. So you said it can recognize food, and how many types of food can it recognize?
Good question. We're currently up to over 10,000 different items, and training every day, of course. So with every new client we get, with every new food item we see, the model is learning itself to become even better.
Even better. So have you had any problems with certain dishes that you throw away? This is very hard for the camera to recognize.
No, I mean image recognition it's almost like we always compare it to teaching a baby to recognize an elephant, for example. If you show a baby or a young child enough picture of an elephant, eventually he will see an elephant if he only sees the slurf behind the tree. He knows it's an elephant. That's the same for image recognition. If we give the model enough pictures of the face where we take the picture, so half-eaten food, half-eaten sandwiches. If we give the model enough pictures, eventually he will recognize it.
So this is basically a perfect example of artificial intelligence used in practice for the benefit of mankind. I think this is super interesting. So what are your aims coming here with your machine to buy?
Yeah, a good question. Of course, this is not only a problem for the Netherlands and for Europe, where we currently are active, but it's our mission to enable the whole world to save food waste. So also here. So I'm using this week to talk to clients and other parties to see when we can scale up to this part of the world.
So lovely. And you're based out of the Netherlands, but you have an international market. And you're also one, I think you've been recognized as one of Europe's rising food stars.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Lovely. So what does it feel like to be a rising food star, saving humanity from food waste?
Yeah.
It must feel pretty good.
Yes, it does feel really good. But it feels really good. But it also sometimes feels a little bit I don't know the right words. Not disappointing, but sad. Because we actually see all the pictures of all the food waste in the waste bin, and that still is a little bit sad. But of course, we have a proper solution
for the good of the world.
Yeah.
Okay. So and of course, then you get curious. What is the most thrown away food out there?
Yeah, it really depends. But of course, bread. Bread is one of the most wasted foods. If you look at the whole different types of venues, it's mostly bread. Yeah.
And the background from the people in your company, do you come from the food sector? Do you come from the tech sector?
No, we were three founders. One is as a tech background, one has a data background, and me as the background at Albert Heijn, which is one of the biggest Albert has, which is one of the biggest supermarkets in the world. So we know a little bit about food. We know a little bit about optimizing processes. And in essence, that's what we do. Of course, we work with food, but what we do is we help the chef optimize his processes in order to prevent food waste. And that's what we do. So we see ourselves more as a data company and a tech company than as a food company.
I think that isn't this kind of interesting to see the new breed of solutions coming out. It's coming not so much from the food sector actually as from the tech sector.
Yeah.
So when do you think that the food sector will start realizing all its problems and starting to act on it? Because I think it's relatively slow and needs a big push from the tech people.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know if I have the answer to that. But of course, it's difficult to push a sector which is indeed like we just talked about. If we pay enough money for the breakfast buffet and the hotel still makes enough profit, there's little incentive for him to better his processes, and that's along the whole food sector, I would say.
So it's the kind of hidden thing, because this is kind of a leading question, because we have been speaking a lot to people over the last day or the last few days about what is needed in order to make things change for real, and we tend to end up with the same answer. We need to quantify. Before we quantify, before we know exactly what goes on here, we cannot make any decisions, right? And all of that data is hidden currently for people.
Yeah.
And you have now shown us that data can get out in the open and you can start to take action on it.
Yeah, the chef and the general manager, you can see on a daily basis how much money they throw away into the waste bin. And indeed, every location where we start say to us, that's not happening at our location. That's everywhere, but that's not my location. And then we always say, okay, you can start If you don't have enough food waste, you can stop after 3 months. It's fine. We get the machine back and it's done. We never had a location who stopped with working with the machine because everybody is staggered and just blown away by the amount of food they throw away. It's always way more than anything.
It's interesting because people say that restaurants are low margin business, but that's basically because they throw all their margins into the bin, right?
Yeah, maybe.
That's so you're here to help us. Thank you so much, Richard, for coming here and sharing and showing your wonderful machine to us. I want one of those. I want one of my home. Thank you so much. Best of luck with all your endeavors here. And I hope to see this machine soon again.
Yeah, maybe in Sweden.
Maybe in Sweden, absolutely. Okay. All of you out there, see you soon again.
Yeah.
Really good. So, good evening, folks. Welcome to the Swedish Pavilion here at Expo 2020 in Dubai. And also welcome to the Sweden Food Tech, let's call it the Food Tech Studio, because we're broadcasting from here live to the world. So, if you excuse me, folks, I will turn my side to you. You will still see me on the screen through the camera over there. And we're here to discuss and talk about food systems with the world, because Sweden really wants to change the food system, not only for itself, but try to become some sort of an example. And in order to do that, we need the wisdom of the world. My name is Johan Jorgensen. I'm one of the founders of Sweden Food Tech. And today I have with me two wonderful guests in the form of Dr. Robert Strand, heading up the Center for the Nordics at Berkeley University in California. So Robert is up early this Sunday. And we also have Katie Stebbins from Tufts University on the East Coast of the US. Both wonderful academics and great minds when it comes to not only sustainability, but the systems thinking within sustainability that is so necessary. So welcome, Robert. I see you at least. I don't see Katie, but okay, no Katie yet. Katie might be jumping in. But Robert, let's start with you. It's so good to have you here with us today. Could you give us a couple of words on who you are?
Certainly. Jan, thank you so very much for the kind invitation. I wouldn't miss this for the world. So I'm Robert Strand, and I have the privilege to be the executive director of the Nordic Center here at the great University of California, Berkeley. And that is a new initiative, as you know. I have many titles in this world. The one of which I'm the most proud of is father of these two little guys, Mikael and Jonas. And the second favorite title that I have is that of Mr. Nordic. And I draw a lot of inspiration from Sweden, from the Nordics, as an American who's had the privilege to live and work and study across the Nordic context. And I would say one piece of that, why I'm so inspired, it's because of the systems thinking approach that I see so pervasive in Sweden and beyond in the Nordic countries to tackle systemic problems with systems thinking. And I fear we often atomize and optimize here in the United States and push things down to the individual level. And that's not serving us so well.
Thank you so much for those kind words, Mr. Nordic. And it's always very interesting to come from the Nordics and call someone else Mr. Nordic, but you truly are. And of course, all the flags in the background testifies to that. It's a new center, as you say. And of course, I'm extremely proud on behalf of all the Nordics that Berkeley has ventured to start up such a center. And then we have also Katie Stebbins here from Tufts University on the East Coast of the US. And Katie is also a great, not just thinking about sustainability, but systems. And that's what we're here to talk about today. But Katie, a few words from you on who you are and what Tufts is.
Hi, thank you. So sorry for being a few minutes late. It's a Sunday chaos at the house. So Katie Stebbins, I'm the executive director of the Food and Nutrition Innovation Institute at Tufts University. And I'm a city planner by training. And so a city and environmental planner. So I went to school to learn how to think in systems. And I kind of see everything through that lens, whether it's the human body or a city. It doesn't really matter. It's about understanding that there's no shortcuts. There's no short-term gain for anything, that everything takes long-term thought and planning, and that you have to consider multiple criteria and elements of how things are shaped at the same time. And you literally can't shortcut through it. And I think we see a lot of that. Silver bullet, quick thinking that it's gonna skirt around it, but it's not possible.
We don't need one silver bullet. We need a whole mag of silver bullets being shot from multiple occasions at the same time, I guess. So a question that I've always asked myself over the years in the food system, and the food system, of course, is not just one system, it's many systems. But how come you think that we seem to think, all of us on planet Earth, that the current food system is the default system, the one that we're stuck with? How come we don't see so much of change being necessary in the food system today, we tend to see that we need to plug in new products, but not to change the system itself. How come, you think?
Robert, do you want to tackle that first, or I'm happy
Katie,
to?
how about you take that one first?
Sure.
I have a reflection, but you go first, please.
Sure. So sometimes I think, Johan, that we're defining the food system. Maybe we're giving it too much weight. Maybe in a systems level thinking, we need to think about natural systems. We need to think about geopolitical systems, economic systems. If you think about like the human genome, maybe the food system is more like a blood that courses through the body, you know, with biomarkers, but it's not necessarily like the leading system. So for instance, if we're talking about solving for nutrition sometimes, what we're really talking about is solving for poverty. And I think sometimes, and the Sustainable Development Goals reflect this, but I'm not sure we take them seriously enough, or that we really align our thinking to it, because so often I think we're not really solving for nutrition or a food system or a food desert, we're solving for poverty. Or we're not really solving for how do we create a healthier system, we're solving for capitalism run amok that is taking shortcuts and disadvantaging people and toxifying our environment. And so I think sometimes we put so much into that word food system. I think we need to step back and think about how this food that courses through all these things is the victim of bigger systems that are at war with each other.
I think that's such a great answer, Katie. And I must say, I'm sorry about giving you that question. That was really a pesky one, because really, is there something called the food system, or are we confusing the current food value chain for the system? Because you're into it here, Katie, talking about poverty, how that connects to it. And Robert, I'm sure when you take a look at systems on a deeper level, it's just not something as simple as shoveling food from a farmer to a consumer at the other end. It's all the effects of food. And that's why I think it's so interesting that you are studying Nordics. And, you know, presumably we like to think in terms of systems here. Or what do you say as an outsider?
Certainly. And that's something that drew me to the Nordic context. And similar to Katie, I have my background was way back before academia, was as an industrial engineer. And I'd go in and look at factories. And a factory is a system. And if I went to one little element of that system, a machine, and I focused on optimizing that, it could be to the detriment of other elements of the system. And I really like Katie's response here. At times, we need to take a step back and recognize, I think one of the challenges is to first just embrace and recognize that the world is a multiplicity of systems. And oftentimes we can see the elements of the systems, but we don't know the interconnections, and we've lost sight of the purpose. And here's where I am onto the Sustainable Development Goals I see them as a purpose compass. It can help us to put purpose back into understanding systems and actions thereof. And comparatively speaking, now nowhere, there's no perfection on this planet, there's no utopia, but comparatively speaking, I just saw a systems thinking approach to be much more the default, the norm in Sweden and across the Nordic countries than what I'm used to here in the United States of America. And I think that that's a big reason why we can and must look to you good folks in Sweden for inspiration.
I thank you for those kind words. And of course, we're not as good, nearly as good as you claim, Robert. But Katie, you were jumping in there. Sorry.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's a difference in transparency of information between the two places. And when I think about how that is different, right? If you're going to lean in on these things, you've got to be transparent about all the information flowing through that system. And I think, Robert, you know, when we look at our system in the United States, there's so much cloak and dagger. There's so much missing information. There's so little transparency. And I think that's about power, right? And so power being held in a cloaking device is a real problem. And I think the Nordics may be showing us that we can rise all boats if we don't do that, but we need a place that's self-interested in rising all boats. Truly.
That's a very interesting concept here. So basically, when you look at the food or food as a system, can we do anything about the food system, so to say, without taking into consideration, as you say, poverty, health, or other aspects of the system? Can the system itself, in the current format of the value chain, deliver the benefits of health and sustainability to the planet? Or do we need desperately to start thinking about food in bigger system terms?
If I could, and I'm sure, Katie, just something you said here, I just really feel the need to jump in. And Katie, I think, is 100% correct that transparency, and we're talking about concentrations of power, and here particularly in the United States of America, that is preventing us from actually addressing our great challenges. In fact, it's encouraging us to deny the fact that we have problems at all, because the vested powers extract value from the current system. And I think what we're really talking about here fundamentally is democracy. We're talking about the ability of our democracy to function. Democracy needs transparency, as Katie's indicating. Democracy needs dispersion of power. One person, one vote is a dispersion of power. And here is why I would say at the foundation is why we must look to Sweden as inspiration, because underlying all this is a strong and robust democracy. And we need those strong democratic institutions in place like you have in Sweden. Again, perfection, you've got problems, but you're more willing to acknowledge that you have problems and then deal with them. And this is a grand challenge that we have here in the United States, where we are unnecessarily making our wicked problems even more wicked.
And would you think, Robert, then that maybe the food system is almost a canary in the coal mine?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A great point. And I think it's a really important canary in the coal mine for the reason we all know we all eat. I mean, we can all talk about food in a tangible way. It affects all of us. And we can understand where there are problems of food and when people don't have food. So it really is, I think that's spot on. A canary in the coal mine is the food system. And if we can tackle the root cause of our problems with the food system, we are going to benefit ourselves in so many other aspects of life, like the many issues represented by the Sustainable Development Goals.
And
Robert,
Johan, to your point, you were talking, your question was around, can we get there with what we're doing now? And my fear is we're going to continue to see a widening socioeconomic gap between the people who can afford to adhere to healthy diets, organic diets, whole food diets, get what they need, and in another whole part of our world that struggles and doesn't have that and suffers as an example.
Sadly, like food, of course, affects so many other systems out there. But and I think we can all agree that the world is going sometimes in the opposite direction of where it should be going. And my question that I reflect upon sometimes is that if food is the biggest system that we have on the planet, can we use food in order to, which I think you touched upon really here, Robert, to change other systems as well? You talk about democracy or man's relationship with nature or our relationship to each other. How can we use food in order to achieve other things than just sustain ourselves? What is your take on this, Katie? I mean, like you talk about, you're one of the thinkers of systems. Do systems, how to put it, are systems contagious in a sense? That if one system works, other systems will as well?
I mean, I would love to believe that the food system and untangling it could be a way in which we shift other parts. The problem is, I was a child of Live Aid and the Ethiopian famine when, all of us saw Live Aid happen and we all cared about hunger and starvation. The United States on its own is trying to fight hunger injustice for years and has not moved the needle on anti-hunger. It's still unbelievably high, and obesity continues to rise and go up. I'd like to say that all these years of understanding and learning and tackling this through the food system are making changes. It just, it feels like there's a group of people somewhere that's not getting the memo, somewhere.
A lot of people all over the place don't get the memo, I think. So Robert, before we I'd like to have with you too. But first, Robert, how come you're so, what do you think we can bring to the table? Really?
Johan, I'm sorry, it cut out just for a moment. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, so what is it about the Nordics that makes you so fascinated about it as a system? Is it, the fact we're small economies, or is it values or traditions, or what is it?
Well, I think it's all these things. It is the policies that you put in place through democratic mechanisms that are quite smart policies, are working fairly well. When you look at the lack of poverty across the Nordic region, that's not just by chance. Those were deliberate policy measures implemented in the 20th century that are bearing real fruit. And they include things like universal access to education, universal access to medical care, subsidized childcare. And these were supported through very robust economies that are capitalism, market-based. It's not that you're the Soviet Union. And this is something that we in the United States must come to understand, because we oftentimes, Sweden, for no desire of your own, is a political proxy war here in the United States. Oh, if you like it, then you're left-leaning. If you hate it, then you're right-leaning. Throw that out and take a pragmatic approach to say, what is actually working? And I happen to believe in the principles of democracy. And you good folks in the Nordic countries have demonstrated to me why I should believe in it, because you voted for things like access to education and access to healthcare. And so this is what we need more of in the 21st century and beyond.
So perhaps we should take one step further and guarantee the access to food in the Nordics. Perhaps that's another one. But Katie and Robert, both of you, I'm kind of wondering about how to build an even better food system, or a food system that's functioning today. What type of components would we need in order to be able to fix this mess that we put ourselves into?
Well, I do think we need to start by being radically transparent about the food system. And then in the world, Johan, that you and I come from, we need to apply really brilliant, emerging, advanced technology, artificial intelligence systems, data science, to understand where the real problems are, be very honest about them, and come up with innovative ways and embrace opportunities to fix them. That might mean looking things like poverty in the eye. That might mean looking breakdown of the system of farming and producing food in the eye. Logistics breakdowns. I mean, the most interesting conversation you can have right now is with a truck driver who drives food around the food system. Man, they'll tell you this is about ports and distance and money and tariffs and all sorts of stuff that I had no idea was causing all these problems. My daughter works at a grocery store. She gives me the behind the scenes look at that. I fear that we get so like, if we just figure out these 5 problems with the food system, we'll fix it. It's not that easy. But I do believe it begins with a radical transparency and applying this very smart ability we have now in artificial intelligence to be very clear about where the biggest problems are.
Well said. Robert, what do you say about the food system of the future? Radical transparency and deploying, superb technology, most of that being, of course, built in the US. What else do we need?
Well, and I agree wholeheartedly with what Katie offered here, and I would extend also to talk about organizational structures. We need different organizational structures for our for-profit food companies. And the large American publicly traded corporation today is not like that baker, butcher, and brewer of Adam Smith's era 200 years ago. We need to figure out how do we actually disperse power within those large corporations. Here, I draw a lot of inspiration again from the Nordic countries where cooperatives in food are so pervasive and normal and efficient. And it's not that hippie Berkeley grocery store on the market on the corner here that a lot of Americans will associate with cooperatives, but at scale. And they behave very differently than large publicly traded corporations who primarily have an extractive view of ownership as opposed to a stewardship view of ownership. We need more stewards as individuals and stewards as organizations.
Okay, wonderful. I think those would have to be the final words, but those are wonderful. We need more stewards in the world, and we need to have this radical transparency. Robert and Katie, it's so wonderful to have you two in the same conversation. It's been flowing back and forth, and I look forward to many, many more of those. Take care and have a
Absolutely.
wonderful Sunday for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you both very much. Cheers, everybody.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye. So everyone, we now have a short break of 5 minutes to set up the stage for the next speaker, none other than the illustrious founder of Lifesum, one of the world's largest food tech companies, Marcus Kneers. See you soon. So, hi all, and welcome back for another session here at the Swedish Pavilion Expo, at Expo 2020 at the big main stage. My name is Johan Jorgensen, and I'm here with the illustrious founder of Lifesum, which is one of the world's largest food tech companies. Unknown to most, I think, still, that this is a food tech company, but let's get into why this is a food tech company together with founder Marcus Nash, coming to us live from Sweden. Marcus, how is life in Sweden right now? I can tell you we have around 30 degrees and sun. I'm sure you're waiting in snow and sleet.
The ice just let loose on the Lake of Mälaren, and it's kind of dark. And I think I wish I was with you there right now. I'm pretty sure I am.
Yeah, sure. No, and that's when you dig into the pantry and you have a couple of extra cinnamon rolls in order to keep yourself happy. And then, of course, you realize that you broke your streak on Lifesum, and then you get even more depressed. So, but tell us first, Marcus, what is Lifesum? This thing I'm talking about.
Do you want me to run a few slides that makes it a bit easier, I think, for everyone?
Sure. I mean, I'm absolutely free to do that. You can share the screen, right?
You have disabled me from sharing the screen, so if someone enables me, I can do that.
Yeah, try now. See what happens.
Yes.
I will turn around and look at them on this big screen that I have in front of me. It's like 5 meters times 10. So I think they will be clearly visible to each and every one.
Yeah, how does this look? And do you see slides now?
Absolutely, Lifesum. Oh, big on the screen. I'll move away so I don't shade this from the views.
I'll try to walk through this pretty quickly, so then we can go into discussion. But it's a bit easier, as we're kind of unknown, but we're kind of very well known also at the same time. And I think we have more than 50 million registered members, more than 500,000 paying users, and we're on the consumer side, and also growing really quickly on the B2B side, because I think one revelation that has happened during the last couple of years is that people using services provided by their employers are human too, and they want high quality consumer grade software. And we have a global user base of millennials and Generation Z, sort of the young people and the future of our world. And we started in Stockholm in 2013, and we have one office in Stockholm and one in Los Angeles. And we have a consumer subscription model as base, or sort of what we call as recurring consumer subscriptions. And I want to talk to you a bit about sort of how are we food tech and how are we moving towards something that is different, and we've been doing it for quite a long time. And what we have is direct connections at scale. We have awareness, we have trust, and the app is the gateway to these relationships. And we have a lot of first-party data because of the trust and because of the relationships. And we have ability to market more efficiently than other traditional manufacturing companies, especially in the food world. And we think we can quite rapidly expand our sort of lifetime value and create more value on top of this, because we have control of the inflow and we have the people. And we want to unleash the platform value centered around the user needs to create user value. And I think user value is something that is the center of everything we do. And we're about healthy eating simplified, and we're all about nutrition, and we're all about differentiation with design and creating sort of design means sort of not nice looking, but sort of creating experiences around design. And this is around food, and this is enabled with technology. And when it comes to food, and sort of how we view it and what we eat and how we choose to eat and how we live our lives. It's about culture, a combination of culture and nutrition. And to create this experience, we are the experts. We provide fantastic advice, personalized at scale using technology. And we want to help every user look and feel their best and build motivation through inspiration and sort of make life more fun. And then that means sort of simplifying the complex and then humanize the technology. Because we think that life is the sum of everything you do. And I think food is at the center of life, whereas like nutrition is kind of chemistry, but food is sort of what sort of keeps our lives together. It's love, it's relationships, and it's also, like Johan mentioned, it's also how we comfort ourselves from bad weather. That's all.
That's all. Thank you so much, Marcus. That's an exemplary presentation, short and concise. Sorry about that. Late in the day here now. Okay, so the Lifetime is really a food company, isn't it? Because isn't it so that we always confuse food with what's on the plate rather than understanding the effects food has on us? And that's...
Or how it ended up on the plate also.
Yeah, how it ended up on the plate also, absolutely. I was just thinking about the relationship you mostly have with your customers or the ones you are helping. Because someone needs to help guide you or understand what you're eating, and that'll help guide you to other alternatives because you want to achieve something with food, right?
Yeah, I think everyone wants to achieve a life that's a little bit better than the one they have today, and food is sort of is a very central part in that journey. And I think traditionally what we eat has been decided by who produces it, and then makes me via television and sort of broad communication makes me see it as something that is something I want to choose. But then the world is different now. Internet broke TV advertising, and we've moved into a world where we want things personalized, we want it authentic, and now power is in the hands of consumers. And I think they're with both production, distribution, and also choice. It's like, how do we adapt, and how do we give users things that make their life better? And I think food is at the center of sort of why life is worth living.
Definitely, food is definitely making my life better, but also it's making my life worse in another sense. I usually do this and say, hey, this is actually waste too. This is metabolic waste. I've been enjoying food a bit too much over the years, and it seems I don't get the help I need, at least from the ones selling the food out there. So I need to have someone else on my side in order to fight this David and Goliath war against big food out there. I want to learn me and take my dollars away from me and give me, food, so, in exchange for that, or sometimes it's not even food. So what are you doing to help me, people such as me, in order to reach my targets?
I think your target is a better life, and then it's a question of what are you willing to do to get that better life? Because better life doesn't mean you weigh as little as possible. If you're not going to do a career as like a horse riding jockey, for example, then you want to weigh as little as possible.
Oh, I'm going on that one. I'm definitely going on that one.
No, but I think it's about how do we give you as much awareness as possible, so sort of software can partner with you, provide you with the best quality sort of advice in the moment that you're in. Because and everyone knows that, yeah, it's really good to have really great habits long term that sustain life and give you perfect health, but everyone is human, and that's kind of the problem. And what we are trying to, or what we are doing actually, is like helping you make better choice about what you eat when you in kind of real time, as your life goes by. And we try to be a software, a partner with you, and something that something that gives you sort of motivation to make better choices, but doesn't sort of take away inspiration and make shame you about the life you are living. And I think that is what is, you have food and you have life and you have health. And I think it's a lot of guilt and shame around a lot of them. And I think what we can do is like create experiences that take away guilt and shame and help you just simply live your life as good as you can.
Yeah, yes, please do take away my guilt and shame around food. That would be lovely. But tell me, how does Lifesum really work on a daily basis? What do I do?
You tell us what you eat, and then we give you perspectives on it, and then we try to put what you eat now into the longer perspectives and how it relates to your health. And then we have software that is dynamic, that adapts to sort of you. It's like, what do you like? Do you want to eat ketogenic? Do you believe in the Mediterranean diet? What can we do to create an experience that helps you be motivated to make better choices that in the end have better quality of life?
So what do? Do you nudge me? You tell me, oh, that was one cinnamon roll too much, Johan. Shame on you. Or you do shaming. But how do you work with that? How do do I take pictures of my dishes and then you calculate what I'm eating? Or
we have that type of functionality. We also have the manual type of functionality. We also allow you to follow meal plans depending on kind of routes that you choose for what you believe will work. And we do questionnaires and try to help you figure out what would be good for you to sort of try, what would be easy.
Yes, and I mean, like, you're having a field day, of course, now, because you're really tapping into the underserved need of people to have someone on their side in order to help them achieve what they want through food. And I mean, isn't it strange, really, that we need someone like you in order to interact with food in a proper sense? Shouldn't all food be good for us?
I think if all food was really good for us, then food is probably only fuel. If you can say all food that is both good for us and really healthy and gives us some of the things that we want on occasion. Like, for example, I like red wine a lot. I know red wine isn't very good, but I also know I enjoy it, and then I know I shouldn't enjoy it every day for every meal, because then things go bad. And I think in the best of worlds, everything that was produced would be great for us and the planet, and hopefully we'll get there someday, but we're far from there right now.
So the question, to me, food is a lot of the question of power here. I mean, we don't eat what we want because our free will has been removed from us. We eat what's being provided by the food system today. And if you walk into a retailer, for instance, they efficiently guide us to buy what they want us to buy. So they have the power of our food choices today. But what do you think about tomorrow? Will there be others out there sitting on the consumer side instead, enabling us to make better choices? I mean, besides, I mean, you are one example out there, but you see, the entire sector shift more towards data being the guide towards food choices rather than, shelf placements in retail stores. And who then will be the guides to what we should eat in the future? Who will have the power over our food consumption? Will it be you, Marcus? Are you the one who will decide what you will eat in the future?
I think hopefully you will be deciding what you eat, but then have the possibility to choose between multiple versions of good. And if you choose bad, you will be more aware of the bad choice that you made. And I think this sort of turbulence in terms of the power of our plate has been happening for a couple of years. And I think it's escalating that you need the customer relationships, and customer relationships is the data and ability to have dialogue. And to get that, you need the trust, and you need to create something that a customer wants to participate in. And then you need production, and then you need distribution. And I think it's like find something that you can deliver value for money for the consumer in a convenient way. And I think I think that's going to what it is turning into a lot, because you don't no longer buy everything strolling down the supermarket aisle. You get things going direct to you, and then you also have meals you eat as fuel because you have to have food every day, and then you have meals you eat that make your life more interesting that you may not have every day. And I think we will be sort of, I think we saw like the internet, as you remember, you had these portals in the early 2000s where because of bad broadband, you wanted everything to be collected in one place. You didn't have to reload, and then happened the big sort of unbundling of the internet. And I think here with sort of direct to consumer and the changes in what's happening with food distribution is it an unbundling of the supermarket that is happening as we speak, and the logics that come from the supermarket with sort of TV advertising, everyone gets brands that are top of mind, and then they go buy it in the store. And I think that doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't, no. So Marcus, we're almost out of time here. It's always lovely to chat to you and hear more about lifestyle. But if you would give me just one piece of advice to lead a more healthy and sustainable life, what would that be?
I think try to find things that are easy for you to do, and don't think about guilt and shame, or that there is sort of universally correct answers for everyone. It's just look at fasting, for example. I don't eat breakfast. I've never enjoyed eating breakfast. I don't feel good if I eat breakfast, and that was considered sloppy and crap until recently, when they discovered that maybe it's good to sort of expand your non-eating window and delay your glycemic response or your insulin response to later in the day. And then suddenly I found something that works. My wife, if she does the same thing, she thinks she's going to die at about 11 a.m. if she skips breakfast because she doesn't feel good. And I think there is finding and experimenting to find sort of what are the things that make you feel good on the basis of food. And I think trust, feel it for yourself, and then measure and see, does it work or not for you?
That was so well answered, because I had my sneaky follow-up question, of course, is how can you tell me that? Because everything is personalized in the future, but that's what you already said and stated. And with the power of 50 million people and the combined guidance of AI and inputs from every one of these, I think my chances have improved greatly to lead a life that will be valuable and happy and joyous for me. Thank you so much, Marcus Grash, for joining us. And everyone out there, if you're not a Lifesum customer yet, you will be. Okay, take care. Bye for now.
Bye.
So, and that concludes the day here at the Sweden Pavilion, at the studio in the Swedish Pavilion at Expo 2020. We will be back shortly again, so stay put. Bye for now.